In the heart of the location that had tragically become a mass grave for countless individuals, our story unfolds. Many lives were sacrificed in the relentless pursuit of victory in an insurmountable war. Among the survivors, their sole aspiration was simply to live. In this world, there seemed to be no purpose beyond this primal instinct. Enduring unimaginable hardships, one individual pressed on, emerging as the central protagonist of our tale. As he strode toward the source of an intense radiant light, he believed that after 98 previous failed attempts to complete the mission, he might finally reach the conclusion of his arduous journey. Upon entering the room, the fearless warrior was confronted by a formidable assembly of guardian golems. He couldn't help but question whether this was in fact the 20th mission. Behind this imposing line of golems, a shadowy passageway beckoned, leading our main character to wonder if these sentinels were guarding the path to something more significant. With determination in his eyes, our protagonist initiated the summoning of his weapon. He knew that the gleaming guardian golems wouldn't permit his passage to the room without a challenge. As he summoned his weapon, a crimson scythe materialized in his hands. The moment the guardians beheld the scythe, their eyes radiated with a newfound intensity. As if they had been awakened from a dormant state, these formidable beings commenced their march toward our hero, brandishing their colossal weapons with a purpose. Their coordinated assault began as they sought to strike him down. Fortunately, our main character's agility served him well, enabling him to evade the devastating blows with nimble movements. This proved to be the perfect moment for a counterattack. Our hero, with unwavering determination, uttered the incantation seal of death. Instantly, a magical circle bearing a grim skull symbol materialized directly above the guardian golem. Empowered by this ominous seal, our protagonist cloaked himself in a fiery dark aura, his newfound swiftness eclipsing that of the guardian golems. Utilizing this surge in speed, he launched the decisive blow to secure victory. The attack he delivered left an enormous gaping fissure on the colossal guardian's body. After this successful strike, our hero strategically put some distance between himself and his opponent. A satisfied smile gracing his face, he understood that his plan had unfolded flawlessly. Hitting an adversary marked with the seal of death skill triggered a notable response, enhancing the damage inflicted by an astonishing 100%. With one of the guardian golems finally vanquished, the remaining sentinels charged menacingly toward our protagonist. In the face of these colossal monsters, he appeared as inconsequential as a mere insect. Yet intimidation did not deter him. Suspended midair, our hero imbued his weapon with a sinister dark aura intended to counter the holy beings, a skill known as the Night of Death. Gradually, the guardian golems found themselves enveloped in an all-encompassing shroud of darkness. The radiant light that once bathed the temple was devoured by this inky veil, rendering the holy beings blind to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, our protagonist unleashed a devastating slash. An attack that generated an immense surge of energy capable of erasing an entire horde of monsters in an instant. Despite landing his attack, our hero remained composed. But it became evident that even his large-scale assault had left the guardian golems completely unscathed. The holy beings charged arrows infused with pure ice and fire energy, launching them with incredible precision towards our protagonist. These arrows came perilously close to grazing him, each strike threatening annihilation. Faced with this relentless barrage, our hero realized that he needed to further elevate his speed to evade the impending danger. With unwavering determination, he leaped directly into the path of the charging guardian golems, meeting them heat-on. Our protagonist's speed reached godly levels, enabling him to create after images that confounded the golems. In response, one of the golems equipped multiple arrows into its bow, releasing them with such incredible speed that they exceeded the very bounds of light, striking down nearly all the illusions our hero had conjured. In the midst of the dire and intense confrontation, our hero maintained his composure, and even had the audacity to smile and taunt the guardian golem, asserting that it would take more than their attacks to hit him. However, his smug expression quickly faded as a brilliant light materialized beneath him. Our protagonist realized that an unexpected magic seal on the ground had triggered a trap, summoning a colossal mass of ice that ensnared him, immobilizing him completely. The exceptional speed he had bragged about just moments ago had vanished. Determined to break free, he exerted his utmost effort, gradually causing the ice to exhibit cracks. While he struggled to escape, the guardian golems drew near the trapped hero, one of them wielding a massive spear prepared to unleash a devastating strike. The ice remained unyielding, but the cracks became more pronounced. Then our hero's eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue as he activated another skill. Moonlight Destruction. A radiant red light sliced through the ice wall that had entrapped him, setting him free. The attack not only liberated our hero, but also struck the guardian golem positioned before him, revealing the true power he had kept in reserve. Activating this skill also triggered a transformation and enhancement of his equipment, and he confessed that the situation had brought him perilously close to failing the mission. Having expended considerable time and effort battling the guardian golems, our protagonist made the critical decision to conclude the encounter with a single decisive blow. The dark and ominous aura surrounding his side grew increasingly aggressive, signaling the impending climax of the confrontation. Recognizing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guardian golems prepared their most potent attacks. Seals, arrows imbued with formidable magic, and physical weapons charged with powerful energies were all readied. In response, our hero executed a powerful forward stomp, amassing an immense force to bolster the impending strike of his scythe. Infused with an overwhelming dark force, our hero unleashed his Moonlight Destruction skill once more. However, this time the potent aura surrounding him was enhanced by another skill, the Red Moon. The resulting slash was akin to the one that had shattered the ice, but had a significantly larger area of effect. The colossal beings that had once dominated the area were cleaved through like soft butter, their lifeless bodies tumbling to the ground. Our protagonist touched down, relieved to see that these formidable adversaries were finally vanquished. With the guardians defeated, he advanced toward the room they had been guarding, delving deeper into this mysterious place. An odd sensation washed over him, prompting him to assess his surroundings, which appeared to be a new temple. Yet it seemed eerily empty. Uncertain of his next course of action, he decided to approach the door at the far end. As he drew nearer, the magic circle drawn just outside the door began to react with resolve. Our hero positioned himself in the center of the circle, eager to discover what would transpire next. As our hero waited, a wistful smile played upon his lips, contemplating whether this might finally be the run that sees him complete the game on his 99th attempt. However, his optimism quickly crumbled as a notification appeared revealing that only 1 out of 5 players were standing on the magic circle. The cruel reality dawned on him that to enter the boss room, a full party of 5 players was required. In that moment, all the hardships and sacrifices he had endured felt like they were slipping into oblivion, as the notification informed him that failure to meet this requirement would result in his death. A golden light enveloped him, trapping him within a barrier, his frantic efforts to escape proving futile. In his last moments, he cursed the absurdity of this final requirement, but it was all in vain. His body began to disintegrate, and he could only wonder if this was truly the end. His expression shifted as he grasped that this was indeed the conclusion. The final second counted down, and the game notified him of his death. However, in the midst of despair, an item called the Rune of Regression was activated. This last surviving hero would be sent back to the time before the first mission began, marking the 100th time the rune had been used. As a result, the Rune of Regression would now disappear, but our protagonist would embark on his 100th regression, starting over once more. The story begins in front of this Korean palace that was placed right in the middle of the city. Today was the last day of the year, and a lot of people have gathered in this place for the countdown towards the new year. As it came down to the last 5 seconds of the year, one person emitted this bright blue aura around his body. His face was shown, and it was evident that he felt some discomfort. This guy looked at his hands and realized something, and that was when he came back to his previous life. His hands trembled as he figured that this was the same time before humanity got swept away inside a damn game. This individual clenched his fists as he remembered that he had almost cleared the said game. He was already in the 20th round. In his mind, he wished to have the powers to stop the time because right now there's only 2 seconds before the disaster hits their lives. He also recalled what the system showed to him right after dying in his previous life. This right here was his 100th time of using the rune of regression. It had already reached the limit. As the last second of the year reaches, this guy, who will be our main character, thought that since this seemed to be his last chance for regression, he would surely finish the game. He then prepared himself for what was about to happen. RMC also thought of the last requirement that he was not able to fulfill on the 20th round of the game, and that was the thing that he needed to bring 4 more people with him. He then started to check his surroundings as he wondered who would be the best people for these roles. Several minutes before the countdown, another individual was shown. This guy was now with his friends. They were also right in the middle of the city and were about to celebrate the new year. And while waiting, one of his friends wondered what he should do after their graduation. This bald guy thought if he could just be a delivery man. The same person then directed the question to his friend. It was then revealed that the name of this guy was Young Min. He smiled as he answered the question. He commented that he plans to be a gangster. His friends heard him, and it made them confused. They didn't think that Young Min was really serious about this thing, and y'all means defense. People only live once, so he should do everything he wants. Uneasiness grew on these guys' faces as they realized that they should keep their distance to Young Men after graduation. Being related to a gangster was never a good thing. The bald guy then asked Young Men what will happen to his personal shuttle after graduation. This question painted the image of a poor and gloomy guy in his mind. Young Men then laughed as he revealed that he will not let his shuttle go even after graduation. His friends joined as they found this really funny. This one even added that he should play with that guy for as long as he wanted. And while they were talking about that shuttle, one of Yen's friends revealed that he just saw that person. This was the same time that RMC's body was enveloped with this bright light. The same 5 seconds, he regressed back to his 100th chance. Yolman smiled and confirmed that his friend was right. But as he stared at the person who he used to bully all their high school days, something felt different. This got Young Men confused. This guy right here was not the same shuttle he knew. RMC's face now has this more confident look, and it seemed like he was more mature. He also dared to stare at Young Men. This one then commented that RMC was really different from his usual self. Young Men got really annoyed as this was the first time that RMC did this. He was about to teach him a lesson, but his friends stopped him. They reminded him that this was now officially the first day of the year, and he would have a lot of chances in the future. Their statements made Young Men calm down, and he decided that he would let RMC off the hook for today. The 4 of them then continued celebrating as they figured that they were adults now. They also greeted each other with a Happy New Year. But then a mysterious voice saying that humans were interesting has been heard. The voice claimed that humans dared to celebrate the new year even though they didn't know what situation they were in, and since the mysterious voice has been heard by everyone, they tried looking for the source of it. A majestic creature with white wings and white dress then emerged. This one was also enveloped with this bright light. Her voice also had this soothing effect. This one, who looked like an angel, then smiled as she felt amused on how humans were acting now. She claimed that for their race humans were just like monkeys inside their cages. All of the people that had gathered right in the middle of the city were then captivated by the appearance of this mysterious being. They even thought that she was too beautiful. That was the same for all of them except for RMC. He got his gaze on the angel and thought that she had finally appeared. He still hated this scenery. even though he had gone through this 99 times. The angel tried stopping herself from laughing, but she just couldn't help it. She then claimed that all of them were trash for having the luxury of being outstruck by her appearance. The angel also added that they should not think about these useless things, as she had no plans on being around them for a long time. Her fascination and smile grew more, as she figured that since these humans could clearly see her, they should also be able to hear her properly. One of the guys that grew tired of her laugh then shouted towards her and asked for her identity. This guy even mistook her as someone who was just cosplaying as an angel. And while that guy was whining, RMC kept himself quiet. The angel still had the same smile, but this time she got speechless. Her eyes then turned red and gave this sinister look on her face. She commented that this scene was really annoying. Something then happened to the same guy who was shouting at her a few seconds ago. The head of this one suddenly bursted. The person who was standing beside him got blood all over his clothes. His body also started to tremble. It took them a few seconds before they processed what really happened. A loud scream was then heard along the area. Min was one of the guys who saw what happened and wondered what the hell was that. The angel has spoken again, but this time her sweet voice was gone. She then warned all of the humans to never dare to speak informally to her mighty self. She also added that these ones didn't have any right to ask any questions. They should also never act arrogantly in front of her, or else they would suffer the same fate as the previous human. The angel then continued her speech while giving the idea that humanity right now belongs to a much inferior race. RMC could only sigh as they reached the part where the angel would explain why these things were now happening to them. With a more bright smile and vibe, she informed everyone that they will now be playing a game from now on for 20 rounds on the first of every month. Their souls will be transported to a new dimension to participate in a game. She etched the idea that this was the only thing that humans would do now. For the next days of their lives, they would be focusing on completing the given quests. If they managed to complete all those quests, they would receive some rewards and would be returned back to the real world. Hearing this made some people confused. They thought that their lives could be spared once they completed the said quests. The angel read the same thoughts that the humans had, and she chuckled as she told them that even if they could complete the quests, not everyone would have the luxury to survive. RMC continued standing there as the mechanics of only half of them being allowed to survive was revealed. He was the only one who had a calm expression. As for all of the people around him, they all felt as if their lives were about to end. The angel continued her speech and suggested that humans should really not need to worry, as she won't take all of them. RMC could only sigh in this situation. He had heard this one for 99 times already. It was then revealed that only humans around the world aged between 15 and 29 will participate. And while listening, RMC thought that he never had imagined playing the same game over and over again. Upon hearing the condition, one of the elderly smiled and claimed that he was safe. This action then annoyed the ones whose age group were included in the said game. He claimed that it was just like pouring an oil into the fire. Young men then stepped in and stopped them from arguing. He reminded these guys that they should not create any ruckus, as they could end up like the guy who died. The wings of the angel then spread out as she claimed that they should now start. She also revealed that the number of participants for the game would be around 1.9 billion. Her face grew more excited as she told the humans that since the explanation was done, they should now proceed into the game proper. The whole area was then enveloped by this white light. Everything vanished, except for the bodies of the participants. RMC was clearly included. The angel then revealed that the participants had just entered a place called individual spaces, where they were the only ones who could see it. She then instructed everyone to shape their bodies so they could be prepared for the soul transfer. This phase right here was just like how players customizes their characters that will be inside the game. They only have one chance to do this, so they really need to choose wisely. As for RMC, he thought that he would be choosing the same thing he had last regression. The looks and characteristics of his previous avatar were now being chosen. Even his nickname inside the game was the game, and it was Black Sai. A few seconds after completing the customization, players were transferred to a whole new place. This one was an open field. The avatars of the participants slowly materialized. This right here was the same look that our MC has chosen over and over again. He now had this black hair and crimson red eyes. His build was also a lot taller than his real body. This also marked his 100th time inside the game. Since he had the same body from his previous regressions, he felt like this was his real body. He didn't even need to adjust to it. As for the other humans, their avatars also have been transported inside this new world. Some of them were even amazed at how they have customized themselves. RMC observed how these guys have intentionally made their avatars good-looking, but this was one of the mistakes someone could make in the beginning. In this other world, the strong prey on the weak, and if their appearance is too noticeable, it's easier to become a target, and this was a costly mistake because if someone dies in game, they will also die in real life. RMC's ski was then shifted to a certain individual who he had been waiting to arrive. And it was none other than Hong Yongman, the bully, that made his high school life miserable. Black Scythe was a bit disappointed because he had already expected young men to buff himself inside the game. When all the players were transported, the angel appeared once again and greeted them. She also noticed that these humans looked like they got really fond of their new looks. She then got excited as she wondered how these handsome and beautiful faces would turn into after they felt fear and despair. Right now, all of the humans that were in Seoul were transported here. There will also be around 1.8 million people who will be participating, which made other people wonder why they could only see a few of it. The angel laughed as she thought that this was what makes humans inferior. Her mood also shifted as she revealed that this space was not the only one who would cater to all the participants. There were also other angels that were now proceeding with the round. And without further ado, the angel has started explaining more information about this game. Players could access a type of status window as long as they could think of summoning it in their minds. This was an example of what it contains. The one in front of us was the status window of Black. There's really nothing to be noted here because it was just the beginning of the game. RMC also sighed because all of his M-Max leveled stats in his previous life were all gone. The angel asked everyone if they had all seen their status windows. She noted that this was a reminder of how trashy they are. And for them to be able to survive till the end and clear the 20 rounds, all they needed to do was to get stronger. If someone could really achieve this feat, the angel revealed that the reward will be anything that they could wish for. On top of that, they will be exempted on the games that will be played. Other people started thinking of the things that they really desire. That reward was really tempting. And to start things off, the angel smiled as she revealed that she prepared a little something for everyone today. The players accessed their inventories and saw something notable. There's now one item that was placed inside. It was a random rune. The angel explained that this room could only be used once. Players could already use it even if they were just level 1, and this was the only item given to them in the beginning. Players could also consume this item once they thought of the word use in their minds. Yal Min was the first one to use it, and his face was amazed by what he saw. The angel then laughed once again as she noticed that some of the players were not pleased with the things that they got from the rune. She then explained that they can't really do anything about it, but to accept as this was their luck. And after explaining the runes, she flicked her fingers as they were about to get into the real thing. Light particles started to materialize all over the place. All of the players were then informed by a notification about their first mission, and it was something that was kind of expected for players to encounter at the start of the game. All they needed to do was to kill 100 goblins each. Out of all the participants all over the world, only half of them would be allowed to survive after this round. A few moments later, the first goblin has been summoned. The players saw this and they commented that this really looked like a virtual reality game. This angel then warned everyone that they should not get excited about it. And this was because she just summoned a whole bunch of them in one go. The whole area was starting to get filled with these rays of light. The calmness on their faces then faded. People started to panic as they saw the numbers of the goblins in front of them. With a more sinister expression combined with an ominous aura, that the angel has announced the battle between 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins. This will be their fight to the death. As soon as the statement ended, the horde of goblins started making their way towards the humans. The speed of these monsters were remarkably fast. Some of the players didn't know how to react. But as most of them started stepping backwards, notable footsteps were heard. Blackside has stepped in front of the battle with no fear at all. The people behind RMC then started wondering what this guy was thinking. Facing the goblin's head on was just too dangerous. As the monster drew closer, the calm expression that Blackside had was gone, and it was replaced with this murderous look. RMC dashed towards the goblin and performed a powerful kick. Black has noted that when someone was a part of a group, the first impression was the most important, and what he had done just now made all of these guys shocked. All he wanted to was to imprint the image of his power on their minds. And the best thing to execute this was to defeat the very first goblin. With that powerful kick, the body of the goblin got sent a few meters away. RMC then picked up the dagger that this monster was holding in his mind. He really needed to avoid being swarmed by pesky flies, so he needed to show them how strong he is. And aside from that, there's still one more important thing he needed to get. That one was the attention of the angel that was assigned in their group, which right now looked amused on what RMC had displayed. Blackside had no other way but to show a bit of a performance in front of everyone. The two goblins that dashed in his way got slashed in an instant. Other players were now wondering if Blackett was some kind of a secret agent in real life. They also thought that his nickname was really cool. And since RMC had displayed his strength against the goblins, they got the idea that maybe these monsters were the weakest mobs they could encounter. Some of them became complacent and thought that they could also easily defeat these monsters. But that quickly changed as one goblin had managed to get near this one player. With just one attack, the said weakest mobs managed to take them down. The reality about their situation has finally kicked, and this was really not the part where they could chill and expect that they could easily survive. And while that guy was being killed by the goblin, all the people started to disperse and run for their lives. RMC got a glimpse of how the others were doing. This scene was one of the things he branded as the greetings of Inferno. At this point, no one would ever mistake this for a game anymore. Right now, there's only one thought on people's minds. And that was the concept of survival. The once carefree humans that dominated the food chain had been turned into prey. The first instinct upon seeing this danger was to run away with no sense of direction. Blackside recalled that this was the same mistake he had made the first time, and only after the 2 NDD regression did he finally manage to face the harsh reality. And that was no matter how fast someone could run, they could never escape this dimension. This lady was not aware that there's this invisible wall that would hinder them from covering more distance from the goblins. She then stopped on her tracks and wondered what she should do next. This situation was also a wake-up call for the modern people. With everything being given to them easily by the use of technology, their instincts of killing other creatures were almost non-existent. Some of them would hesitate on taking their first kill. However, having second thoughts inside this game would be proven to be fatal, because it could give the monsters the smallest chance to turn things around and have their counterattacks. A few minutes have passed, and some of the humans have exceeded their limitations, but they were still in a dire situation. The angel continued watching the fight with amusement. She claimed that goblins may be just the size of a human kid, but players would still have a hard time killing them, especially when they come in swarms and armed with daggers. But as most of the people were struggling, a certain individual caught her attention. And that was Black Scythe. This made her wonder what's the deal with this human. The angel then checked his progress and found out that RMC had already killed 70 goblins. It then annoyed her because the system could only show the progress of this player to her, nothing more, nothing less. But she decided to let this matter go, as she didn't expect that some of the humans would have a noble like her be interested in watching over them. The battle against these monsters continued. And every time a player defeats one goblin, they would gain experience points and gold, which would eventually make them level up. As for RMC's progress, he has now killed 75 goblins, and he continued to show his remarkable skills while dodging all of the goblins' weapons. Another horde was now rushing towards him. But every single one of them just met a quick and powerful thrust from Black Scythe's dagger. This guy's hand was now tainted by the blood of the monsters, which made some of them hesitate from attacking and approaching him. But RMC didn't show any mercy and continued the onslaught. One attack was enough to defeat them. His eyes grew more intimidating as he looked for more goblins to slay. This was also the time when Black Scythe had noticed that the goblins were backing out against him. And since no one was attacking him, he thought he could use this time to take a breather first. He checked his status window once again and revealed that he was now level 4. He also has 6 extra stat points. Players would receive 2 extra stat points when they level up, and RMC allotted all of it towards his agility stat. And that was because this stat would not only raise his dodge rate, but also increase his attack and movement speed. Nothing's more important than agility in the beginning. After that, Black Scythe thought that with this kind of progress, he would surely get the attention of the angel. Now, he wondered how he should end the first mission. One circling dagger was then thrown and landed on one of the goblins. RMC addressed the goblins once again and asked if they would really not come at him. This provocation proved not to be effective, as the goblins were still not moving on their positions. Black Scythe sighed. As he realized this, he knew that he had really no other choice. But in a swift movement, RMC vanished from his position. This guy had already traveled a distance across this group of goblins just to get the dagger he threw on this one. These monsters took them a few seconds to realize what happened, but as they turned around, they were met with this devastating round slash. All of them were cut in half. Killing the group of goblins has sealed the deal for RMC. He leveled up once again. The system also notified him that he just finished the requirement for the first mission. A ray of golden light then surrounded Black Scythe. This confirmed that he was done. RMC thought that the first round has always been this easy. All he needed to do was to exert additional effort to get the attention of the angel. After that, he was congratulated by the system for being the first one in completing the quest in their given zone. Black Scythe also got first place across all the zones. His total time was 10 minutes and 21 seconds. This guy had this satisfied smile on his face as he managed to get the rank 1 again. This will be proven to be useful because the top 3 players who would finish each mission would get some sort of reward. His reward for being the rank 1 in his given zone was this lowest rank rare weapon selection coupon. As for the reward of ranking first all over the zones, RMC got this special reward selection box. These items would clearly ensure a huge advantage against the other players. In the first one that Black Scythe decided to use was the weapon coupon. The system men showed him a list of full and rare weapons in which he could choose from. He then felt ashamed as he was now back on using these low-ranked weapons, but still thankful to have these in the beginning. RMC then clicked one of the choices, and the weapon that he chose was the stiletto. This weapon was considered to be the best dagger available to beginners. It also has an attack power of 15 and additional agility stat. After receiving the item RMC threw the dagger he got from the goblins. As for the other reward, he planned on opening it later. And while Black Scythe was busy checking all the rewards he got, the other players were still being hunted by the goblins. RMC also checked his status window and noticed something different this time. This guy was referring to the title he received earlier called Last Time Regressor. He thought that he had never seen this in the past 99 tries back when they were asked to use the rune. RMC had also consumed his. And the rune he got was the Rune of Regression, which was the same thing he got from the very first time. This was the item that allowed him to reach up to this point. Upon consuming the rune was immediately imprinted to his body. The only thing that was different now was the error that the rune was receiving. RMC had already expected this because he knew that he couldn't regress infinitely. The run has also confirmed that this was his 100th regression, which caught the attention of Black Scythe. This was also the time he got the title of Last Time Regressor. In this game, titles are superordinate concepts of runes. Last Time Regressor could only be obtained at the H100th regression of a certain individual, and it would allow the user to stay in soul form for 1 minute. The user could then be resurrected at any desired point in time with his health restored. He then remembered that the skill of resurrection could only be seen as the priest's skill, even that only restores up to 30% of their health. RMC figured that the title he got this time could really be proven to be useful, and having something like this in his disposal would really help him clear the game this time, since this title was one of a kind and seemed to be really rare. Black Scythe decided to set it in private. This setting will prevent any other players or beings from seeing this information. RMC figured that the title he got this time could really be proven to be useful, and having something like this in his disposal would really help him clear the game this time. Since this title was one of a kind and seemed to be really rare, Black Scythe decided to set it in private. This setting will prevent any other players or beings from seeing this information. RMC stretched out his hands as he figured that the other players that passed the mission should be coming out soon. He also wondered how a young man was doing. As he searched the area, he saw this guy, who luckily was holding on. Black Scythe then figures that young men will be surviving this round too. After a few more moments, several golden lights have appeared all throughout the area. The angel was still watching and smirked as she figured why the battlefield felt a little boring for her taste. Turns out the number of goblins have really decreased as more and more people were able to kill 100 of them. The thrill of fighting a horde of monsters was gone. This holy being then apologized for her mistake. She promised that she would make it more fun again. Hearing her ironic words left the other survivors in tears. They knew that this meant some trouble. Meanwhile, the bodies of the dead players have started fading away. More people have also noticed this, and they wondered why this was happening. And while they were worrying about their friends and comrades, another bright light had been summoned. This was the first time that seeing a golden light didn't mean salvation. Another horde of goblins have started rushing towards the players. Their faces were now filled with fear. These ones were already tired from the previous batch. The angel revealed her maniac face again and told them that she just refilled another 50,000 goblins for these humans to feast. Since they really didn't have any choice but to fight, the remaining players met them heathen. The peaceful open field soon turned into a bloody one. Monsters did their best to fulfill their role in this mission, but at the same time players gritted their teeth and found a way to survive. As time passed by, the number of humans who were passing the mission increased. Yeoman was also shown, but this guy used other people to be a shield against the attacks of the goblins. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Another 1,000 participants just passed. And all the while Black had just sat there and closed his eyes. He was already fed up with this scene. People losing lives had been a common situation, as this was his 100th time of playing the game. Once the participants had passed, they were not allowed to help the ones that were still taking the mission. This angel had continued watching this like it was some kind of entertainment. A few moments went by and RMC opened his eyes. This was because they were notified that the whole 5,143 participants had already cleared the mission. There were also these unlucky ones who survived but didn't manage to kill 1,000 goblins. They wondered where all the monsters went. The angel took all of their attention as she announced that the quest was completed. She then started apologizing to the unlucky ones, as what was about to happen next was purely the rules of the game. That their bods started fading as well, these guys were bound to die. Some begged for another chance, as they only needed a few more goblins to kill, but their pleas were not heard. This holy being clapped her hands. As the first round of the games concluded, she told the ones who survived that they should all be happy because they passed. She chuckled as she congratulated the remaining humans. She also wished them best of luck towards the next mission. Before the players could leave, the results of the mission were shown. The one who got first place was RMC. As for the other players, they all have some interesting nicknames. The system announced the achievement of Black Scythe. Another 1,000 gold will also be given to him aside from the 2 earlier rewards. RMC received the gold, and it informed him that he could use the currency on buying some items once he reached level 10. He also noticed that there were now more eyes that became wary of his presence. And that was really his plan. He wanted to show everyone that he's in the first place. The angel then butted in and commented that she had never expected that the one who will be ranked first will be inside her zone. She then addressed Black Scythe and wanted him to answer her question. This holy being asked how he became this strong and inquired if he received a powerful rune. But before she could finish her question, she stopped herself and figured that this question was a mistake. Black Scythe then teased her and asked if she could see his rune by looking in his status window. The angel panicked and then lied about this information. She pretended that she could also see the rune that RMC received. But the only one who knew that this was just an alibi was this guy who just smiled at her and didn't answer her questions. And to turn things around, Black Scythe got her attention and asked for a favor. This situation was now becoming more unpredictable towards the angel. She had no idea that this man had lived in the same situations 99 times. RMC then held his head up high as he revealed his dissatisfaction towards the reward he got from getting the first place of this mission. He commented that they were too stingy. This statement shocked everyone that was around him. They didn't expect someone would even dare to ask for more rewards in front of this merciless angel. And as expected, the mood of the angel turned sour as she asked RMC what he just said. But this scene didn't intimidate Blackie even for just a bit. He even complied and repeated the same words he said a while ago. He would like to have better rewards. RMC's smug attitude was slowly getting on the nerves of this angel. But as everyone was already panicking in the back of their minds, these two just stared at each other. As for this angel, she wondered if this human was already underestimating her just because he ranked first in this mission. She can't accept the fact that a mere human dared to ask her some demands. She then raised her hand as she planned to blow him up. But she stopped as she remembered that she just used that authority previously. This means that she will not be able to kill RMC. Another idea came into her mind as she was staring at Blackett. She knew that this should be enough to get rid of him. The angel then slowly approached RMC while repeating his demand. She even descended and walked on the ground. She explained that usually things like that would be rejected right away. But she informed Black Scythe that she would think about it, and that would require them to talk in private. Other humans could wait for them until they came back. As they walked further away from the others, some of them commended Black Scythe. His negotiation really worked with an angel. They now wondered what kind of rewards he will be next. And among the people who stared at RMC's back was young men. This guy felt the gaze and returned the favor. This confused young man and wondered if there's something he was not getting. But then RMC continued walking while having this grin on his face. Meanwhile, these two have already covered considerable distance away from the other participants. They were now inside the forest. The angel then commanded RMC that he should walk closer to her since she was getting tired of checking if he was still with her. In the back of her mind, she was already belittling the humans. She thought that this race needed to be yelled at before they understood things. She also branded them as greedy and stupid. And while walking, she thought that there's really nothing she could do about the rewards because she was not even the one who set them. And since she thought that Black Side had become too greedy, she planned to teach her a lesson. Right behind that rock was the place where the system couldn't detect them, so she wanted to kill him when they reached that point. The angel knew that there would be consequences if the higher-ups found out that she killed one of the participants because of her personal reasons, but right now she was just too annoyed not to act. And to make sure that this will really be a flawless plan, she isolated RMC so there will be no witness. This angel had this maniac smile. As she was getting too excited, she thought that this human should have just kept quiet. She then turned around to check RMC. She also asked what kind of rewards he was hoping to get. But as she fixed her gaze towards Blackie, all she saw was a fist heading at an extreme speed towards her face. And the satisfying punch has landed fair and square. This was the kind of main protagonist I was waiting for. No matter if you are an angel or even a god, those who showed attitude should be taught a lesson. This holy being turned into holy in an instant. In the last episode, we saw the game's overseer being assigned to her proper position. At this point, she came to the realization that, to people, she wasn't all that powerful and unbeatable. When she saw the golden blood that emerged from this, her visage darkened, and she questioned whether someone had the audacity to touch her. As soon as it was apparent, she spun around to exact revenge. But the person behind her Black Side had already vanished from view. All RMC needed to do to make an appearance and surprise the angel was that split second. Grabbing one of her wings, Blackie. And the angel was instantly alarmed because she knew what was going to happen. Nonetheless, she persisted in screaming, demanding to know what this person was going to do to her, and pleading with him to stop. The only issue was that RMC broke the wings as if they were delicate, and he was incredibly cruel and uncaring toward her. The angel's immediate anguish nearly caused her to lose consciousness. And when the Black Side sliced into it even more, golden blood splattered everywhere. Have you ever seen an angel without wings? This is it. RMC shook her head and ordered her to quit being such a winner. Black Side continued and took hold of another wing. The angel exclaimed, "All of the wings are done now," as he tugged this one again. Blackie remarked that she wouldn't be able to run after this. The angel was asked if this experience harmed her, and she responded in the affirmative, saying that it felt like a limb had been ripped out of her body. RMC went on to say that if her plan had succeeded, she would have been laughing all along in 5 more minutes when it would have been her asking these types of questions. The angel then attempted to refute these assertions, saying he had become too crazy. At that moment, Black Side disclosed the dagger concealed beneath the wings, claiming that the angel would have used it to stab him in the back. And RMC acknowledged her intentions after the angel became stunned, but she continued to attempt to negotiate her way out of the predicament. Then Black Side grinned and informed her that she didn't really have to lie because he could tell by the look on her face. He also referred to the angel as being buried. After becoming perplexed after hearing this reply, Burial asked RMC how he knew her name, to which he just replied that she really didn't need to know. He removed his recently obtained dagger from the storage area at the same moment. When Burial saw this, she became alarmed and questioned why RMC had suddenly pulled out his gun. She then threatened to use her expertise to blow RMC's head off, saying that all it would take was a snap of her fingers for everything to go wrong for him. However, Blackie was already aware that she could no longer utilize the mentioned skill because she had previously used it some time before, which is also why he gained confidence. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and go with the funeral. The only issue was that RMC was aware that all angels are egoists who don't care about other people's affairs, and that they wouldn't care whether one of them was killed or not. However, this angel didn't give up. She insisted that other angels would know if she was killed, and that her allies would exact revenge on Black Scythe. RMC was going to put her to death, but she tried to talk him out of it by saying that doing this would not help him at all, and that Blacka wouldn't be able to go home. However, as we have already mentioned, he already knew that all of these things were untrue. Regarding the last offer, the angel said she could provide Blacka with all the information he would need to complete each job, but Blacka didn't really need it because he had previously gone through each of the 99 items and was already mentally familiar with every detail. Furthermore, he could have just tortured her until she spat out all of her knowledge if he had wanted information. Following that declaration, the dagger on RMC's hand struck the angel squarely in the chest, sending her into a state of shock. This is a direct warning that people should exercise extreme caution since they might make mistakes by choosing the incorrect person. As soon as the dagger was removed from her body, Burial dropped to the ground. After that, a system notice revealed that RMC had successfully fought an angel. He was also the first player to accomplish this, and as a reward, he was given the title of the first Angel Slayer. Moreover, 2 objects appeared on his hands. The red rune was known as the Rune of the Slaughterer, while the other was named Angel's Blood. Black Scythe applied the rune right away, leaving a mark on his flesh. Returning to the title of being the first Angel Slayer, this had the effect of doubling all of the player's stats. RMC then recalled that, during his 13th regression, he had first learned about the benefits of killing angels when he exacted revenge on one of them, at which point the items appeared. Regarding the Butcher rune, also called the Rune of Slaughterer, its function was to enhance all stats by 1% each time a target was slain, up to a maximum of 100%. Black Scythe grinned as he examined his rewards, realizing that each was already on par with a special item. He reasoned that the other angels would have been surprised to learn that he had already obtained another rune. His attitude abruptly changed when he realized there was one more reason why he had slain the buried. And that was to obtain this object, which was the blood of an angel that was encased in golden light. It's a consumable item that can transform a user into a Reaper. The player must be at least a particular level to utilize it. There are 30 various classes in this game, and switching between them is easy. All players can acquire a class at level 10. All that was required of the players was to obtain a class-changing item, which is typically obtained by hunting or meeting easy requirements. However, there are always exceptions, such as when switching to a specific class that is only available to one player through particular conditions. The primary illustration of this was the player becoming a Reaper through the use of Angel's Blood. Naturally, unique classes are superior to standard classes in every way. These differences include bonus stat advancement, runes, skill compositions, and much more. Even though the first task wasn't even finished, RMC was incredibly relieved to get everything back. As he checked his status window, he used a unique award from being ranked top in every zone. These were the options he could acquire. And out of all of these options, the one that would enable him to switch classes the quickest to reach level 10 was all he required. And that was the 3-time experience bonus. The second mission will automatically apply this effect. This time, everything was going really well for Black Scythe, who then realized that this was his last chance to win the game by looking at the fallen angel. He was prepared to go to any lengths in order to strengthen himself in order to accomplish this. After a short while, the mission's first phase came to a conclusion. There were over 900 million survivors overall throughout all regions, with about 5,000 of those being inside the RMC zone. This announcement also disclosed that the next mission will take place on February 1st, 2023, and that they will now be returned to their original body in the other realm. White Guys gasped for breath as he emerged from his profound sleep. He quickly glanced around, thinking he had just fallen asleep during the New Year bell ceremony in the midst of the city. His expression turned confused as he processed what had transpired, thinking only that he had had this strange dream. This applied to every other individual in that vicinity as well. Iman discovered that it was already 52 a.m. when he checked his phone. In his dream, the same amount of time passed. His friends were beginning to awaken as well, and they were complaining of the same headache and physical aches. After exchanging information, these guys were able to confirm that everyone had experienced the same dream. Additionally, they were in a panic, wondering why all of these things were happening to them. For the time being, all they could determine was that this was not a dream. As more and more individuals become aware of this, they began to question if February 1st would mark their reappearance in another reality. However, as time went on, several of them also became aware that those nearby were not waking up. Tesk, one of Yan's friends, was stationary. Then this guy went over to the friend and said his name. When TK's face was finally shown, it was already pallid, and it was clear that his body was dead. They attempted to deny this scenario to one another at this point. However, they began to tremble as soon as they understood it was all true. This individual reported to his friends that he could not feel Tashik's pulse, and that Tashik was not breathing. Y'all men was shocked to learn that their friend had passed away. They therefore concluded that perhaps he wouldn't be able to make it through the mission against the goblins again. Subsequently, the bald man turned to face the surroundings and saw that other people were still asleep. Since the individuals on the ground were now all corpses, the majority of the men became frightened. Fear gripped them as they realized that just half of them had made it through the assault. He could also see young males trembling and perspiring, as he felt that this was an absurd circumstance. Then it dawned on this gentleman that regardless of the people's status, whether they were born with a golden spoon in their mouth or not, they were now bound to live equally. The game had just silenced the protests of those who claimed that life was unfair. After attempting to calm his companions down, Wyman said that all they needed to worry about was making sure they could complete each mission, and that everything that occurred to them was the same, so they shouldn't feel particularly unfairly treated. His remarks made his buddies believe that he was a crazy bastard. The bald man sighed and explained to the young men that he was feeling nothing since he had just realized his dream of being a gangster. The others, on the other hand, still had other goals in mind. The man also saw that the young men were ignoring what he had to say since they were occupied with scouting out potential partners among the crowd. And it was none other than RMC. He was aware that his Aeon son was only a short distance away from them, but he was currently missing. The young man then came to the conclusion that perhaps his errand boy had not survived the expedition. He grinned, reasoning that this was only to be expected, as the boy was simply too weak and fragile to take on 100 goblins by himself. However, he noticed something else. The guys noticed a man with strange equipment slung over his shoulder. He questioned why this was happening, and where in the world he got those garish outfits. The moment he recognized one thing, he swallowed his saliva. A young man attained level 5, and all of his stat points were allocated to his strength or stat. The men considered employing the status pane similar to the one in the game. He finds it unbelievable that he can actually use this ability even when it's not in the game. When his friend tried to access theirs after hearing him talk about it, they experienced the identical startled expression on their faces. Those that made it out of the mission alive followed suit, reasoning that such things could also exist in the real world. Guys took up one of the stones from the ground to verify this. He managed to smash the robust rock by clenching his fist. Seeing this image captivated him. It felt like he was still dreaming. And after a little while, his fascination evolved into something more sinister, saying that this was simply too amazing. Subsequently, every Korean news channel began reporting on this extraordinary occurrence, revealing that more than 10,000 citizens abruptly lost consciousness at the same time. A video clip illustrating the arrival of burial in the city was also displayed. Additionally, the moment when a man's skull suddenly exploded in front of them was captured on camera. And as the video went on, the aforementioned angel reached out to embrace the bystanders. The individuals abruptly fell asleep, and that was the next thing they knew. The majority of the collapsed civilians, according to police reports, were between the ages of 15 and 29. This phenomenon is also observed globally. Those who were left out of the game began to panic and post questions on social media, expressing confusion and even believing that the images were CGI. However, one person realized that what was going on would completely alter the course of events. The first mission had been completed, and more would soon follow. According to RMC, this is only the beginning, and that stories about deaths will continue to appear non-stop after just one night, in which 11% of the population passed away. While returning home, this man believed that the true issue still existed somewhere. The survivors of this strange occurrence were now referred to as players, and investigations were underway to determine what caused it. In addition, the powers of these players had been translated into reality. The fact that there isn't yet a player with a high enough stat to alter their reality is relieving. However, some of these players would level up over time and might even become transcendent beings. In such case, they would be unbeatable against other players with any contemporary weaponry. They will all soon be referred to as human weapons, and RMC had no intention of seeing the world fall apart. This guy only saw the necessity to control the players by employing overwhelming might. Otherwise, everything would break apart on their course, and the Earth would collapse even before the 20th round. RMC already had this overwhelming power with him in his 99th attempt, but the reason he failed was that he was fighting every battle by himself. He needed 4 more players to finish the final one. With a more determined expression, he believed he already had a few potential candidates in mind and considered ways to find them. Nevertheless, as the game has only recently begun, he wouldn't dare to act just yet because he believes there are still more pressing matters to attend to. I also neglected to mention that, in this reality, his name was Remin, and we would now be addressing RMC by that name. Guys moved in the direction of this residential complex. Since this was his flat, he opened one of the rooms. And when he went inside, he saw something. It was a ramen cup that was empty. He asserted that this unhealthy food was consumed by a specific person. Once more, Remin then opened a door and peered inside. A guy who resembled him was fast sleeping. Their hair was the only thing that separated them. Though he was still away from home, RMC grinned at the thought that his younger brother was able to sleep well. The man who was dozing off was Rin, RC's younger brother, who will shortly be entering his 3rd year of middle school. Their family was said to be typical, but that all changed when their parents died in a car accident, leaving the two of them as the only ones left for each other. Ryan was also compelled to take on the role of guardian for his younger brother at an early age. Rayuan had very obvious contusions and covered his entire body in bandages. And prior to his regression, RMC was unaware of these. Then he made the decision to start making changes, turning the lights back on G. Ryan welcomed his sibling and informed him that it was now time for him to awaken. When his younger brother looked at his phone later, he discovered that it was only 6 a.m. However, RMC pulled the mattress beneath him, so he wasn't actually getting back in bed. He said that they were pressed for time, and that he would just clarify things as they were leaving. Ryuan asked his brother, still feeling sleepy, "What's the rationale behind all of these his?" Later, upon hearing his brother's words take on a more solemn tone, his demeanor shifted. This was due to the man's revelation that chaos now reigned over the earth. Regarding Rayuan, All he was aware of was that his brother had gone to witness the New Year's Bell celebration. When he inquired about whether anything had happened, RMC advised him to go outside first, and it would tell him everything as they strolled. These two were now strolling down the street a short while later. Ryan fixed his full gaze on his brother, wondering if something had gone wrong. This was one of the few occasions when his brother appeared serious. Then RMC said that one truly had no idea what was going on in the globe at the moment. One was more piqued by this comment and inquired as to if anything had occurred while he was asleep. Then Nin gave him the order to get out his phone and view the top search results. This man actually pulled out his phone, following in the footsteps of his older brother. After reading the papers, he was corrected by RMC, who said that it was more accurate to say that an angel appeared and abducted citizens to another realm. Then, one was shocked to learn that his brother had been among the men dragged away, and he also learned that RMC had only lived because he had managed to kill 100 goblins. One was going to inquire as to his brother's well-being when RMC interrupted, telling him not to worry. This one then cried out, unable to simply put his brother's concerns to rest. Everything changed the moment their parents passed away. First of all, his older brother was the only family he had, and his elder brother assumed full responsibilities even while they were still in mourning. You guys needed to be powerful in order to live. And up until this point, the only person he knew that developed into the strongest mentally powerful person ever was his older brother. Even yet, he was unable to accept that his brother had actually killed 100 goblins. Instead, he assumed that he had a weakness of his own. Then, as RMC already knew what his younger brother was thinking, he broke the stream of thought. Ryan said that he was unsure of his physical prowess, and that he got strong enough to complete the objective because the game had statistics that enhanced their talents. Additionally, he asserted that all of Ryan's reservations will go when Ryan realized what he was about to accomplish. However, the younger brother's concern persisted, and he eventually stopped walking and declared that he would not follow RMC until he told him where they were going. His look becoming increasingly urgent, he asked to know this information first. Then, the bruises that these bandages were intended to conceal became more noticeable. RMC was remembering something from the past with an expressionless look on his face. When Ryuan heard him say the word Bangu, he was taken aback. With this look, Ryuan turned around and indicated that they were going to Bang Ted's hideout, which is the same location where the head delinquent for Ryan's class was residing. At last, RMC acknowledged that he was aware of his younger brother's bullying. Ryan became alarmed since he didn't think he would find out. He made every effort to conceal it from him. This was due to his desire to save his older brother, who was already going through a difficult period, any more stress. But Ryan bears the majority of the blame because he allowed this to happen and was often apologizing to his younger brother. His previous self was too preoccupied with being bullied and balancing his academics and job at the same time for him to truly be aware that this was happening. When RMC returned from his first round, he was devastated from his fight with the goblins and had spent the day resting before he found out the truth. Ryuan left the house that day to go somewhere. RMC was suddenly aware of his phone buzzing constantly. Reluctantly, he stood up to answer the call, which concerned Ryuan. When the person on the other end of the call advised her to head to the hospital right away, his eyes widened in shock. He hurried that same day after learning that his brother had been involved in an incident. Ryuan survived the beating he received from Taya, but was already blind when he returned home. That day had been regrettable for RMC, who blamed himself for being too foolish and helpless to defend his one and only family in this world. However, since his regression, he has altered Ryan's destiny and preserved him in every possible timeline, making good on his vow that no one would ever be able to harm him once more. Meanwhile, at a deserted factory close to their area. Someone was being assaulted. A person with blonde hair asserted that none of the three people standing in front of him brought him 200,000 each, and they were in too much pain for them to even muster the strength to explain why. This led to the individual carrying on with his previous actions. Three other men were simply standing there, seeing their friend teach them some lessons. They believed Tai to be far too cruel. According to someone, they shouldn't irritate him because even the students in higher grades dared not to mess with him. After that, Tayo said, "These guys are all useless because they didn't comply with my request." The money he had anticipated receiving from them was then used to purchase a motorcycle that he had been wanting for a while. He then went over to the other three and inquired as to if they knew of any means to obtain money. These individuals then began to brainstorm, but it would be very challenging to provide a simple means of obtaining money. Till this man had an idea. He then advised Tayo to ask his tall, curly-haired personal Aeon lad for some money. Taya then grinned as he recalled that Run had said he was going to phone in today because he would be spending the new year with him. Then, these individuals made fun of Taya and said that he could just rob him without thinking. Yet Taya disclosed that Ren was essentially homeless. Even if he beat him up, his errand boy wouldn't be able to bring him any money, he said. His home appeared dilapidated as well. After learning about the scenario, these three felt rather let down, especially after learning that Ryuan was no longer even related to his parents. Taya went on to say that the boy's older brother was the only family that they knew. However, Taya abruptly stopped speaking and stared at something. It appears that Ryuan and RMC have reached this deserted storehouse at last. Realizing there's really nothing to fear, especially with Ryan around, Taya grinned. Then he went up to Ryuan and said that they were only talking about him at the moment. However, this guy's attitude quickly shifted, and he attempted to intimidate Ryuan. This man then instantly expressed regret, with his elder brother standing next to him. Taya became aware of RMC's presence and questioned who he was, feeling that his face was a little bothersome. He turned to face Ryuan and said, "Who is this person he came with?" but was unable to give a direct response, since he was a little afraid of Taya. Then RMC spoke, identifying himself as Ryan's elder brother. When Ryuan expressly threatened to turn on Tayo, the former became irate and threatened to teach his older brother a lesson as well. The obese man then glanced at one of his goons. These three strolled right up to RMC's direction. They questioned him about his fighting prowess, and Ryan just stood there and waited for them to get closer. He was even made fun of by one of them for being somewhat shorter than his younger sibling. Nonetheless, this came to an abrupt halt as the man struck Ruan's fist. The other guys were shocked to learn that their friend had been vanquished with just one blow. This one charged through in an attempt to exact revenge. The only issue was that his attacks would never appear. RMC launched a clean counterattack after growing tired of it. Then the thug was launched in the direction of these metal drums. Regarding the other, he also attempted to charge in. But, as was to be expected, he took a swift blow to the face. Now that they were on the ground, the three minions were having difficulty standing up. Tayo, meanwhile, was still grinning sinisterly and said that this scene was too ridiculous. Though he believed Ryuan had picked up some boxing techniques, he wasn't sure if that would be sufficient to defeat him. He then moved in their direction and gave them kudos for Ryuan's use of boxing techniques to defeat his goons. However, as he faced RMC, this one said that it appeared he had forgotten how crucial physicality is in boxing. Ryan simply grinned, realizing that the individual in front of him was still unaware of the recent global events. Taya became inquisitive and inquired about it, but Ryuan simply laughed it off. This person became enraged as his query was disregarded, and he then lunged a punch at RMC. And as usual, there is no way that a guy like him will be struck by these standard punches. Taiyo kept hitting him, but the more he tried to hit him, the more irritated he became. His eyes were growing fuzzy from the fatigue he was experiencing. He was unable to even land a single punch, leaving him wondering what was going on. All of his fists missed their target. Regarding RMC, he punched out a fistful of blue AA and said, "If Taiyo had been watching the news, he wouldn't dare fight against him." After saying that, Ryan punched Fatso in the face once more. Kids, you should never bully someone unless you want to face these kinds of consequences. Tai's bulky size didn't stop RMC from propelling him back a few meters. However, it seemed insufficient to render this man unconscious. Then, Taiyo hurried over to confront Ryan with his counterattack. But the punch was delivered in this empty area, and he missed everything. This man was wondering where his target had disappeared when a bright light suddenly reappeared at the side of his face. He was hit with another punch and was unable to respond. Despite the fact that Taiyo was obviously at a disadvantage, he continued to assert that RMC is no match for him. After attempting to stem the blood from his mouth, his tooth finally dropped out. This infuriated him, and he yelled that he would ensure that he killed Rumen. The Fatso attempted to land another blow, but it was easily sidestepped. Then RMC took hold of his hand and moved it in a different direction. Taiyo lost his balance as a result, opening himself up to more blows. And the other boys Taiyo was bullying were watching while all of this was going on. Then, this gentleman wondered if it was possible that Rumen was intentionally hitting his face. He noticed his opponent's arrogant and self-assured expression. Now Taiyo was hoping to hit this guy even just once. He hurried back over to confront Rumen, who was already suffering as he said, "Please!" But then a strong kick was delivered. Taiyo was hurled in the direction of the wall. This person was already at his limit. He lacked the endurance to continue the fight, and the blows he was taking were difficult to endure. With a look of fear and anxiety, RMC inquired as to the bully's emotional state. Even with all the regressions he had experienced over the years, Ryuen could never forget the day he witnessed his younger brother become blind. The Fatso was now requesting that our unseen stay away from him. He held Ryan's neck back from another kick and begged him to stop. However, RMC only held his hand, leaving Taiyo perplexed. Lincoln grinned, but his eyes were now full of terror as he cried out, "This is the exact same reason he shouldn't have messed with his little brother." After that sentence, there was an abrupt stab of pain that caused the man to only gaze at it. A few seconds later, the pain eventually reached his brain, causing him to scream aloud and realize that several of his fingers were now fractured. And RMC took hold of his other hand, as he continued to weep for the ones that were broken. Tao yelled, "No," several times, his eyes full of horror. Tai's henchmen fled when they saw this kind of incident. They were aware that staying would put them in far more danger. Because he didn't want to watch what his brother was doing to Taiyo, Ryuen also turned around. I believe that this was more than enough of a lesson for today. Taiyo was already regretting his choices in life when all of his fingers shattered today. RMC warned this person again if he would meddle with his younger brother. Even though he still has that eerie smile on his face, seeing him confirm it made Ryan smile. He then took hold of Taiyo's other arm and shattered it again, saying that he wanted to be sure in case this fat person decided to exact revenge. Then, there was a tremendous scream that rang out over the neighborhood. Following their interaction with Taiyo, the two brothers departed the scene with a carefree demeanor. Ryuen questioned his elder brother about how he had accomplished it, wondering whether he had studied martial arts or something. However, RMC refuted this, saying that since he became a player, the metrics could still be utilized to improve one's skills in real life. Then Ryman attempted some summarizing the weapon he received previous round in order to truly get his brother to accept it. A golden bright light gradually materialized. Ryuan was taken aback when a dagger actually appeared, seeming dark and pointy. Now this guy was grinning in astonishment. Ryan also mentioned that all players might use this method to summon their weapons. At that point, Ryuan recognized that his brother was moving too quickly for the same reason. He wasn't even having trouble avoiding all of those attacks. RMC disclosed that he had a dex stat of about 11, although average individuals only had about 3 and athletes have about 10. This allowed him to maneuver in such a way. After Ryuan questioned RMC about what happens after his sibling gains more level, he pretended not to know anything because he hadn't reached that stage yet. Because of what transpired in his earlier transgression, this individual was now willing to lie about this knowledge. When he was 11, he told his younger brother that he was a regressor and that Ryuan was in danger as a result. He was abducted by some players in order to take control of RMC. He didn't want Ryuan to go through that type of trauma again, even though he was able to save him at that particular moment. As Ryan looked at his brother, he realized that he needed to get more ready to defend him from other players. He asked the man if he wanted to eat breakfast at the convenience shop to start things off. Ryuan happily accepted the offer, and the two entered the QS24 store. As he was moving in a different route, the younger brother pointed out to Ryuan that the cup noodles were in that direction and grabbed his attention. Nonetheless, RMC went to the ATM to take out some cash beforehand. He believed that this was all he had saved up to this point as he was clicking the buttons. 133,134 was the total amount. Something afterwards. He asked Ryuan what he would like to eat in the interim. Because every meal in this place is pricey, the man was hesitant to share his preferences, but his older brother reassured him that he could have whatever he wanted. Ryan was trying to make up for the fact that all he had for dinner the previous night was a cup of noodles, and even then, he was still hesitant since they might run out of money for the next few days. Ryuan mentioned that he had been wanting to eat this cold pork belly for a while after everything had been resolved. And it was clearly evident how happy he was. After telling Ryuan that they should order and eat Hanu beef sometime, our MC grinned. Ryuan was uncomfortable again after hearing this, so he assured his older brother that this chili pork belly was more than plenty for him. Meanwhile, in this guy's imagination, they could already be able to eat anything they want in a few more days. After a short while, the two were enjoying their breakfast, and the pork belly was particularly appealing. Ryuan then had his initial mouthful. The taste was so good that it lit up his face. And as they were eating, Ryuan got up and informed his younger brother that he only had a crucial task to complete. Ryuan simply looked at his brother, curious as to where he was headed. RMC returned a short while later with this ballpoint pen. Ryuan was shocked to discover that his brother had recently purchased numerous tickets for NATO. They used all of their leftover funds to purchase 20 tickets. The younger brother was taken aback by the realization that that would equal 100,000. However, RMC ordered Ryuan to wait and see, as he kept checking every number he could recall as this man was in a panic. Ryuan became even more perplexed upon witnessing his brother's actions with the tickets. RMC simply chose the same numbers repeatedly. He then grinned and said that these were the winning numbers, which was why he had taken this action. I would undoubtedly act in the same way if I were a regression. Later that night, the two were back to their apartment. Ryuan was glued to his phone as he was watching the end or draw for that day. This guy was even biting his nails, because he was too nervous. He thought that they may have just wasted 100,000 won. The drawing of numbers then started. Ryuan scolded his younger brother about this habit. But as the host announced the lucky numbers, Ryuan stopped. The first number was 3, then 8. The third number is 9, then 38. All of the numbers were the same ones that his brother had picked a while ago. And after a few more seconds, the screen had shown all the final 6 lucky numbers. They were 3, 18, 99, 38, 21, and 1. RMC didn't even need the bonus number because all of the first 6 were correct. Ryuan then explained that this thing was insane. He can't believe that his brother was indeed right about taking some end tickets. His eyes were slowly being filled with tears. He even asked his brother to pinch him, because he thought this was just a dream. But RMC just smiled at his brother and confirmed that this was all real. Ruman then teased him and asked if he would prefer this thing to be just a dream. A few more confirmations were needed to really make Ryan believe it. He then stood up and raised the tickets that they bought. He shouted at the top of his lungs as he was just too happy. But his celebration was cut short as RMC advised him to keep quiet. Their neighbors might hear him. Human was just too happy to see his younger brother like this. He thought that he had the same reaction the first time he had bought the end tickets. He also screamed and celebrated the whole night. But as he regressed over and over again, this became the kind of annual event that he was obliged to do. This was all because he would eventually need a lot of money. Having the population cut off to 90% in just one night had really affected the economy of all the countries all over the world. And soon item trade between players will also become available, which will all be done with a cash basis. Ryuan then asked his brother how much money they would get after exchanging all the tickets, and it was answered with an unsure response. All RMC cared about was this amount of money will be enough for them to shake the world. The next day Ryan went in front of the No High-Up Bank building. Since he had done this a lot of times, him walking towards the teller didn't make him nervous at all. He then approached this individual and casually told him that he came in here to collect the North first place price. Hearing this statement immediately made this guy congratulate RMC. But as he stared at Ruman even further, he thought that this guy looked like a high school student. He then asked RMC about the store where he purchased the ticket, and he answered it by saying QS24 Youngweed branch. His answer made this guy startled. He then remembered what his colleague had shared to him about the number of tickets that had won this round. There were 115 of them. This guy claimed that what made it even crazier was that all 100 tickets were bought inside one store. He then got the idea that only one person had bought all of the tickets that day. Regardless of the circumstance, he was advised that whoever would claim the winnings from this store, he or she should be treated like a VIP. This guy was then cut off by RMC as he was seen lost in his thoughts. He quickly apologized and asked for Ruman to just wait for a while. A few moments later another person came in, and he greeted RMC. He introduced himself as Guan Juno, the president of the Namgia Bank. The president of the bank personally greeted RMC because he was the one who won multiple NATO tickets. He also congratulated him in the process. Ryan was then invited towards another place more quiet and was asked to follow the president. President Juno led him towards this room where the lottery ticket business team were placed. They entered the room and were greeted by a lady immediately. This one wondered who this guy was beside the president. She thought that maybe he was his son. But her question was immediately answered as the president introduced Ruman as one of their VIP who came in to claim his prize. He also told the lady that she should make him comfortable at all costs. The employee got more nervous upon learning that this guy just won 100 in tickets in one go. She then composed herself and decided to stay calm. After that, she offered Ruman to sit first. She also asked him if he wanted to drink anything, but all RMC won was to get his winning prize right away. As part of the process, she will be confirming the end tickets first. Ryan quickly handed her the tickets. There were really a lot of them. And while inspecting them, this lady couldn't help but think that this was too absurd. This was the very first time she had encountered anything like this. She even thinks that maybe this guy could see the future. After a few moments, she validated them and told RMC that they were all real. Ryan then asked her how much he would be receiving, and just thinking about the number made her freeze. RMC patiently waited for her response. And it was revealed to be roughly 22.5 billion won, that's over $16 million, a perfect example of rags to riches folks. After taxes, RMC was able to take home a whopping 15 billion won. Everything happened quickly after he had collected his reward. Ryan got busy buying a new place for them to live in. That evening he also opened a stock trading account. Around this time of the year, coin was expected to go up by 500%, so he planned on investing in stocks after increasing his money with Bitcoin. A few days after these two have already talked about their future plans, Ryuan saw some pictures of their new house. He claimed that he only saw this kind of big and expensive houses in photos. But one thing has bugged Ryuan, and that was the fact his brother preferred to just rent this house instead of buying it, even though they have more than to pay it in cash. It was then revealed to him that they didn't have any money anymore. His ever so intelligent and wise older brother has invested everything to Bitcoin. He allowed all 14 million won. Ryuan was part of the deacons, and that statement made his brother act like a cartoon character. He froze and was not able to respond to anything. Ryan then assured him that he just had to trust him, as he already knew some things. This guy also prepared some kind of backup plan in case things went south. He revealed that he still has 4 sets of numbers that he saw in his dream, and he could just buy tickets again. Ryan's eyes glittered as he realized that he had only seen people dreaming about lucky numbers on TV. He didn't even think they were true. He then shook his older brother and told him not to forget those numbers at all cost. In Ryan's mind, he couldn't forget those numbers even if he wanted to, because he had already done this multiple times. After that, this older brother told Ryuan that they should now go to lunch and be ready to leave. This confused him and asked Ryuan where they would be going. This guy then smiled and revealed that today was the day they will be moving in. Meanwhile, somewhere in this random place, a punch just landed on a wall. It's so powerful that it even created cracks all over the point of impact. This attack was from Young Min. He smiled as he thought that putting all of his stat points in strength was really the best choice. On top of that, the rune that he got from the angel was the rune of strength. This allowed him to have his strength stat to be doubled in value, resulting on him having this kind of power. As he stared at the cracks that he made on the wall, he thought that even Mike Tyson would be jealous after seeing a punch this strong. Young Min grew more ecstatic as he thought that he should try using his newfound power in an actual fight. Later that day, Ryan's residence was knocked on by the guy who wanted to become a thug. Young Min was already getting irritated since his calls were not being returned and he was not being seen. He then recalled the evening he saw Ryuan prior to the New Year celebration and believed he would really never let this issue go, especially since RMC gazed at him like he was just a fly. His instinct told him that his errant baby was still alive. As he thought back on that recollection, his rage increased, and he declared that he would kill him right then and there. He reasoned that even if Ryuan turned into a player, the cowardly errand boy would still be frail and in need of a lesson. Young Men assumed that RMC would instinctively hide inside his home, but despite these forceful knocks, nobody responded. He halted abruptly as he came up with a strategy. He deliberately said that he would leave for the time being since Ryan wasn't inside, as he leaned in the direction of the door. Young Men was now prepared to demolish the door right away, and was only waiting to hear a single breath coming from within. However, an elderly guy suddenly caught his eye and asked him what he was doing in front of his neighbor's door. This person asked the elderly man why he would care, acting rather aggressive. The men questioned whether the elderly man was the landlord or someone else. And after that, this person verified that he was, in fact. After obtaining a convenient alibi, the landlord, an elderly guy, asked the young man if he was there to meet a buddy. He accepted and pretended to be RMCC's friend. A couple of young males even requested that the landlord open the door for them. For some reason, he was unable to get in touch with his friend and decided to come in to see what had occurred. However, the elderly man later disclosed that young men were just abandoned by his companion. The owner also mentioned that a student who had previously resided there had moved somewhere, but he had no idea where. The room was now unoccupied. The young men became even more enraged at this kind of situation, believing that Rumen fled without saying anything. Meanwhile, they were talking about standing in front of this classy, tall tower. Ryuan said that it was simply too tall. When they used a spinning door to enter the building, this guy even expressed amazement. Additionally, he observed his elder brother receiving the unique access passes provided to the building's proprietors. His astonishment intensified upon witnessing a security guard authenticate their identity. After all, this was his first time. As they entered the elevator, Ryan continued, "This place is just too amazing." The 43rd story of the building was the location they will now call home. When these two arrived, they were welcomed by this roomy area. Additionally, everything within was brand new. Additionally, Ryuan discovered that this location was above 330 square meters. Ryuan remarked that after exploring every inch of the space, it might be too large for the two of them. The agreement for the property required 500 million won in down payment and 22 million won monthly, which amounted to more than $166,000. And Ryuan lost all courage upon hearing this, since he was reminded of the moment when they were already fretting over maybe having to spend $5,000 at a convenience store. The younger brother then advised them to simply purchase a much smaller home. RMC, however, disagreed, saying that the better the security, that's all that matters, and the more they spend, the better. Now, and that's because users experience narcolepsy on the first of every month, which makes this the most vulnerable moment for all players. Natural catastrophes would pose a serious risk. Additionally, there have been cases where other players have hired assassins, so when the time comes, gamers need to be in a particularly safe spot. Ryan was aware that if a person dies in real life, everything will end regardless of how strong they are in the game. Ryan asked his younger brother if he truly appreciated being here after looking over every area of the house, and he replied in the affirmative. After that, RMC said that he was glad Ryuan enjoyed it, but as he studied his older brother's expression, Ryan had an epiphany. Then, concern showed on his face, and he fell silent. After a few while, this man abruptly apologized to RMC. And the reason for it was that he felt bad for his older brother, who was here taking advantage of everything that life had to offer, risking his life on the first day of every month. However, Ryan quickly tapped his shoulder, saying that this pessimistic outlook wasn't really necessary for today. Then he gave him the reassurance that Ryuan should not be depressed because he would undoubtedly return each time. And to decontaminate the air, RMC asked his brother to dinner at the second-floor Korean restaurant. As he waited for Ryuan, RMCC checked his phone. He observed that young men had finally come to realize that he had already relocated. Additionally, he made the decision to reject his calls since, although they would never cross paths in the real world again, their fates would still collide in the hereafter. Ryan was still yawning the day after moving in when he left his room. Then he witnessed his younger brother getting dressed to leave. This man disclosed that he had just placed an order for some rice or cakes, and would be picking them up. Ruan's remark perplexed RMC as to why rice cakes. Regressing didn't guarantee that everything would go as planned, but it was still an interesting occasion, so Rumen questioned his younger brother about why he had purchased some rice cakes. And it was discovered that Ryuan intended to offer it to their new neighbors. This was a typical Korean courtesy. Ryuan received praise for his astute observation that being a good neighbor was actually not a bad notion, according to RMC. Ryuan was ready to go when RMC proposed that they go together and distribute the rice cakes. Then, without warning, the two of them began ringing their neighbors' doorbells. They also gave them a brief introduction and smiled warmly to greet them. This elderly neighbor was the first to open up. She saw right away that these two were siblings because of how similar they appeared. After that, the rice cakes were given. This marked the beginning of their excellent neighbor connections. Ryan exhibited polite behavior toward the strangers in front of him. This deed then persisted for some time. Ryuan would always have a smile on her face while she handled the rice cakes. And RMC experienced the same thing. Even more graciously, this child took the rice cake with grace. There was just one spot remaining after a while, and it was on the 44th floor. These two were anxious to get everything done so they could go to bed. Then, as they were making their way to the final neighbor, RMC revealed that the owner of the floor had purchased both the 44th and the 45th, indicating that they were at least extremely wealthy. When RMC attempted to recall the specifics, all he could think of was that the resident was a famous person. When Ryan rang the doorbell and nobody answered, he reasoned that perhaps they weren't inside. Considering they were already here, trying again wouldn't be detrimental. However, Ryuan gave up after a few more seconds. He was about to advise them to simply return to their home when he became aware of something. This man noticed someone who was approaching them. The woman that the two brothers saw was none other than Siren, who was regarded as one of the most gorgeous actresses in the nation and the most well-known celebrity in her career at the time. The two brothers were taken aback when they saw the stunning actress in front of them. One of them flushed and remarked that she looked as lovely as an angel, but the other brother appeared unaware of who was in front of them. The bodyguard immediately obscured their view. After questioning them on their identities, he concluded that they were SEOIN supporters. Ryuman casually informed the security officer that they were the new neighbors from the SEOIN floor. When the bodyguard saw the rice cakes that Wani was holding, he was perplexed. When he recognized that the two brothers wanted to introduce themselves, he offered the rice cakes to Wani merrily. However, the bodyguard curtly dismissed him, stating that SEOIN doesn't eat such things. The bodyguard then used the card to access the elevator and accompanied SEOIN on its voyage. With one last look at the boys, she turned to head for the elevator. Although he doesn't know them, Ryuman acknowledged when they were out of sight that he didn't enjoy their impolite behavior. Oni just stared at the elevator and said nothing. Ryan advised his brother not to worry about those that resembled them. Oni continued to stare at the elevator and replied to him that he was okay. One said after he emerged from trance that the meeting was incredible. However, it looked that his brother didn't understand what he was saying. He questioned his brother what he meant after being perplexed by his response and realizing that he had witnessed everything. Putting his hand on his brother's shoulder, he gently informed him that he was speaking about SE. Ryuman inquired outright, "Who is Siren?" Meanwhile, stories about the passing of numerous well-known artists are all over the press. Siren was perusing the news on her smartphone. Her countenance was concerned as she pondered what was happening in their world. As she was reading the news about actor Gwang Mi-ho taking a leave of absence from his program Criminal Land due to anxiety, she got a text asking her if she had heard the story. When she opened the thread, she saw another comment regarding Wang Seo-jin, their recently deceased son, and she typed her reply. And when the person she was conversing with asked if she was going to the burial tomorrow, she said that she should go because Sunbae took great care of them. The person she was chatting with then invited her to go with them, and she accepted. She put down her phone and said, "It seems like the Suns, who are much more famous than me, couldn't make it past the first round." She thought, with a dejected expression, of how the rune had saved her, or else she would have also been on the news. She gasped as she realized how much she had been thinking of herself as a celebrity, believing that her death would have been reported in the media. She was preoccupied with ideas, especially wondering if she would have been able to achieve as much if it weren't for the sponsorships. She didn't even realize that the penthouse was supplied for her. She is already behind the bodyguard. The bodyguard approached her and inquired about her thoughts. She responded that she was unprepared for his visit and that it had nothing to do with it. The bodyguard sat down on the adjacent couch with a relaxed demeanor, offering to listen to her concerns. Esseine expressed concern that she would not make it through the upcoming round and said that she was considering how the world got so crazy. She doesn't need to worry because he is with her, the bodyguard reassured her. He advised her not to worry and to put her trust in him. When she told him she trusted him, Esseine grinned. The bodyguard was facing him as Esseine was staring at him. She recalled the first time the firm assigned him to protect her and was apprehensive about him because it seemed like he was there to watch over her. However, she realized that she would have perished in the first round if it weren't for him. The bodyguard promised to defend her at all costs as he glanced at her. When she conveyed her gratitude, she smiled and blushed a little. She joked that the rice cakes looked delicious and that she would gain weight if she ate them, but he flatly reminded her that the neighbors were only being kind to them. She brought up the subject of her downstairs neighbor right once, and the bodyguard most likely wounded their sentiments. With a serious face, the bodyguard reassured her that everything would be okay because the neighbors weren't just being polite. Rather, they were requesting something from them. If they had accepted the rice cake, the neighbors would have been bothering them non-stop. She thought back to their appearance and perceived them as decent individuals. She commented that one of the two appeared to be older than 15 and that he must have killed 100 goblins to survive the first round. The bodyguard retorted that it appeared to be the situation. She hugged her arm and said how incredible it was that he appeared composed despite having experienced such cruelty. The bodyguard mocked her and told her that she could have done it too, adding that killing 100 goblins wasn't difficult and that those who couldn't were just foolish. While acknowledging that her bodyguard is proficient even by other world standards, Siren kept her thoughts to herself. But he's not as good as the one who really stood out, Black Scythe. She almost felt sorry for the goblins when she watched him, since he was so brutal. She appeared interested in him and asked questions about his real-world work. If she sided with him, she was sure she could make it through the second round. As she describes how chance alone kept her alive throughout the first round, she is overcome with fear and wonders if she would make it through the next one as well. On Tuesday, January 31st, at 11 a.m., Juan turned away from the vacuum as he walked through the door and made his presence known. He asked his brother if he had been able to obtain the money and gave him a hearty welcome. In response, Riemann stated that he only got roughly 15 billion, when the previous time it was 17 billion. Since it was his fourth time, he wondered whether the bank had said anything to his brother. Ryan remembered that the bank manager was shocked to see him again. When the bank manager tactfully inquired about his lottery-winning strategy, he reminded him that he had previously disclosed to him last week that it had appeared in his dreams. The bank boss expressed conviction and hoped he would have similar ambitions. Rayuan was astounded by the tale. He asked his brother whether he would make another Bitcoin investment. Yes, Rayuan replied, given that their initial investment had already increased to 150 billion. He gently questioned his brother about selling their Bitcoin, since he thinks its value will decrease. However, Rayuan retorted with confidence that the moment isn't yet appropriate. He gave his brother a kind smile and reassured him that he would take care of it before inviting Ryan to dinner. In a restaurant, they eat pasta with happiness. People carried grocery bags and snacks as they strolled around the streets. arrived on Tuesday, January 31st, at 11:55 p.m. Ryuan remains at his side, clutching his hand, while Ryuman remains awake in bed. Worried, Ryuan clasped his brother's hand. Ryuman informed him that he had nothing to worry about while grinning confidently and demanding that he return alive. That caused him to remember the strength he had unleashed over the bully Bang Tiger Ryuan. Ryuan is aware that his brother is capable of taking care of himself, yet he still finds himself worrying. Putting an end to his fear, Ryuman patted his brother's head and reassured him that he will be back from the other side by the time he woke up, and said he would see him later. His spirit suddenly burst into a brilliant brightness as he entered the other realm. As the sky grew gloomy, more players began to arrive. A player inquired about their successful arrival, while another expressed amusement at the incredibly quick travel. Others cowered in fear as they took in their surroundings because it appeared like a new location. Prior to someone noticing Black Scythe, the player who received the top rating in the previous round. Observing his surroundings, Ryuman saw that many individuals were able to identify him and avoided approaching him. He also saw that one of the players was mean. And then he started to grow restless, wondering when the angel was going to show up. Ryuman's face was fierce. As she made sure everyone had arrived, the angel dropped from the skies. When the players realized that the angel was not the same as the one they had encountered, they became alarmed and unsure of what had transpired. The angel revealed that the angel overseeing the initial round was unable to attend due to an accident, and the angel advised them not to become alarmed. When she said that she would be their guide, she had a menacing expression on her face. She also announced that she would begin providing directions for the second part of the quest now that everyone had come. The players are engrossed in the details of the second round of tasks, which are shown on the screen. They have to select a zone representative within 3 hours. The way the players stared at their screens and began to voice their opinions suggested that they were confused by the directions. One player thought they would have to fight monsters again, but another seemed shocked at how many other players had already gotten past them, and even speculated that they would all survive the round. The angel saw the players' confusion and gave an explanation. She made it clear that the second round, which is not a battle round, only required them to choose a zone representative. The zone representative has the authority to compel people to carry out certain chores, including having them crawl or die. She said something about how amazing authority is. To choose the zone representative, the players only have 3 hours to spare. One of the players dared to ask if that was all there was to it. The angel confirmed that they will be counted as having passed and sent home after casting their votes, since this round is just a rest round. The idea that they would finish a simple mission without encountering any enemies or dying delighted the players. The timer then started after the angel invited everyone to choose a representative for their zone. 3 hours later, the players were grinning and asking each other if they would live if they voted, amused by the simple chore and the potential authority they might have. Iman is disappointed that he will not be taking part in this battle. Even though one of his friends reassured him that they wouldn't die after voting, Yongmin is furious that he paid money to increase his strength stat, but won't be able to use it. Ryuman overheard the conversation and concluded that Yondon had to have received the rune of strength. He took in his surroundings and mentally noted how the current situation and Hang Youngman's rune are unfolding just as they always have. Since he was aware that there had to be a side quest if there was a main quest, he left the gathering of people discussing who to vote for. It wasn't what mattered most to him right now. He remembered that obtaining a class is the aim of the sub-quest in the second round. He gripped his dagger more firmly, eager to level up as soon as possible so he could enroll in a class. There was a goblin, and with a loud, unnerving noise, it moved forward when he dared it to. Ryan made a quick move to strike back. Upon eliminating the goblin by chopping off its head, he was notified via a notification screen that the hobgoblin had been eliminated. In addition, he received a triple XP bonus, raising his experience level to 9%. Furthermore, he gained 15 gold, and the effects of the Rune of Slaughter would raise all of his stats by 1%. He concluded that it was a sensible decision to hunt in the forest. Where there was one goblin, there would always be more, he knew. And he was right. A bunch of menacing appearing goblins materialized. Ryuman smiled at this. He stood in the middle of the woodland, waiting for the goblins to attack. He was calm and confident as he struck the goblin in the head. A notification screen informed him that he had slain a hobgoblin, increasing his tally of kills to 550 after he slew it with his knife. The forest was littered with the slain goblins' bodies. Then, a notice indicated that he had successfully leveled up and that the effects of the Rune of Slaughter will cause all stats to increase by 50%. Voting is still available for 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds, according to the timer. Wiping his mouth, he asked himself whether 30 minutes had gone by. When he checked his stat window, he disclosed that he was at level 9. He decided to learn how to move more nimbly. The points would aid in strength if he were Hang Young Min, and he was aware that the Rune of Strength wasn't the ideal choice in every class. The 4 components of stats are Strength, Intellect, Agility, and Luck. He understood that players would perish even if they possessed extraordinary strength if they were unable to avoid a vital attack. He became more agile around age 24. Physical injury is impacted by strength, endurance, and fortification, while intelligence affects the mentality of magical harm and processing speed. His agility was at 30 when he checked his stat window again. The following elements are essential: agility affects movement, attack, and evasion speed. Luck affects the chance of dropping critical damage items and earning more gold. Additionally, since he is a Grim Reaper class that uses both magical and physical damage, it is crucial to evenly increase all of his stats. He seemed to have caught sight of something behind his back. He was astounded that someone would bother to find him when he turned to see who it was. Lifting his sword, he insisted that his group come there and reveal their schemes. Although he was too preoccupied with the fight to notice it earlier, he finds this to be an unsettling posture. If not, they should have prepared for their death. A slow, rhythmic footstep sounds. Ryuman recognized the woman as the actress he had met earlier when she revealed her identity. He wondered if she really was the one after him. She apologized for following him. There was also a man who showed up and apologized. He told him to calm down, telling him they weren't following him for evil. The man's name appears as a sanctual, which he pronounced. He realized that Anand Cole is Mayan Rock's right hand, and a solemn expression crossed his face. Ryan is after Mayan Rock, also known as Heavenly Demon, who is the oldest son of the nation's biggest firm. He knew that with him by his side, it would be easier for him to gain strength. Furthermore, he desires the backing of a Mong Rock-affiliated priest for the 20th round. Ryuman was surprised to see Magong Rock's right hand at such a young age, and wondered about the man's connection to Essie Aaron. And he started to believe the man was Essie Aaron's personal bodyguard. Moreover, the puzzle pieces appeared to fit together perfectly, given that celebrities were supported by Mayan Rock's firm. He didn't like that the future had changed in spite of this. He asked them how long they had been following him. Ession admitted that they had seen him approach the bush from the start and really apologized for it. He asked them why they were pursuing him. He was told by Siren that their acts were motivated by a desire to give him something rather than by animosity. She conveyed that they knew he had won the first round, which made Siren nervous. She wants to suggest that they become a team as a result. The idea of a team was ridiculed by Ryuman, who told her that they would only succeed if she was just as useful to him. Seon was unable to dispute his statements. Ram told them quite emphatically that he can cope without their assistance. Turning around, he suggests they go back and quit wasting his time, making it clear he has no interest in building a team. They looked at his rear, and Sano clicked his tongue, mockingly remarking on Ryuman's hubris. Seo Aaron groaned and dropped on her knees. She gave Anango's claim that if someone had a knife on their face, people wouldn't be terrified as justification for why she finds Ryuman so horrifying in the first place. Siren is unhappy because Yuman was not able to join her for the game. Anango reiterated his earlier remarks, which were that people with big egos like Roman don't work well in groups. SECI was forced to think that it was. Anango responded with a pity, telling her that although it wasn't embarrassing, he regretted wasting his time chasing Roman. Siren changed the topic, saying she didn't think creatures would show up in the forest, and they went ahead with their plan. Sano thought that going monster hunting would be a worthwhile way to spend their remaining time. The woodland was filled with lofty trees, luscious vegetation, and goblins. It became aware of sounds coming from the bushes. The goblin was then hit by Ryuman in a fit of rage, as they dared to ask him to work with them even though he was already too busy. Even when his blade penetrated the goblin's body, he kept his focus on leveling up. That was the most important thing right then. A notification screen showed that he had defeated a hobgoblin. His current kill total is 60 over 100, and the benefits of the Rune of Slaughter will increase all of his stats by 60%. All of a sudden, a pack of wolf-like animals emerged. He was thrilled and lucky to have come across multiple gnolls at once, as they all attacked him simultaneously. They prepared their weapons and jumped into the air. Rumen stood, holding a dagger firmly, and he made a swift succession of movements to cut the NES with his sword. And when he advanced to level 10, his stats all increased by 65% due to the effects of the Rune of Slaughter, and a notice screen showed that he had engaged in combat with a gnoll. This brought his current kill total to 65. When he saw in the notification window that he had already satisfied the prerequisites to be considered for the class, his efforts had paid off. Windows gradually showed up to notify him that he had leveled up to level 10, and that he had fulfilled the requirements for progress. Rumen also obtained access to the shop and the hidden subquest. The subquest window indicates that in order to obtain advancement items and a class, they must advance prior to the voting period. If they are successful, they will be awarded a 50% sale coupon for the daily item. Everyone knows that getting a class is great, but the problem is that no one knows how to obtain the advancement item, since it can only be obtained after meeting special conditions. Those who see the subquest for the first time are usually confused and don't know where to find the advancement item or what the options are for the classes. Warriors must increase their power to 10 or more, and defeat enemies in the same hour to get their item for advancement. Berserkers must hunt while bleeding for a certain amount of time. It is preferable for assassins to advance swiftly because they must successfully backstab monsters several times in order to advance. Else, they will remain stuck as beginners indefinitely. One of the benefits of being the first player to advance is that you get to study the neutral skill tracking as the first advancement roll reward. A notification window informs you that Ryan is the first player to advance, and that he received a random gold sack as the first advancement reward. A notification pop-up states that while neutral skill tracking aids in locating the intended target, the target must match in both name and face in order to be considered a legitimate target. This is available for 20,000 gold. Ryan was grinning as he looked at his computer, thinking of testing the tracking capability since he had won the gold. He decided to follow Young since a notification pop-up showed that Nick's name and face matched, and he could track. The location of the target had begun. The whereabouts of the young men are confirmed. He is 190 meters away from Ryan. He may take the target by following the arrow in front of him, according to the notification box and a bright line that emerged on the ground. Given his proximity of only 100 meters, Ruman surmised that this could only indicate that Y men have also made their way into the jungle. Wondering whether she should go visit young guys, as they were 2 kilometers distant in the previous effort, he asked himself. Ahin and Sango appeared worn out as they gasped for air in a different area of the jungle. Ahin suddenly fell face down onto the ground, moaning in pain. She informed Sang Cho that she was hurting her leg and that she could no longer run. Sang Cho urged her to continue moving because if they don't, they will be discovered. Even much it pained, Sang Cho forced her to stand and said she was sorry and that it felt like it was burning where the arrow had struck her. Sang Cho grimaced at his hypothesis that if they were injured in the other world, their bodies would be same in the actual world. Nevertheless, he gave her hope by telling her that if she survived, she would be able to go back home. Ayn was resolved to bear the suffering when they heard someone question them where they planned to go after suffering that kind of injury. Their startled voice caused them to automatically turn to face the source of the shock. The speaker was a young man, and 3 men with sinister smiles stood behind him. He teased her by claiming that her injuries wasn't hurting enough at the moment. In this confrontation, Sancho felt cornered, and he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He is angry that they were discovered due of Ayn, whom he mentally referred to as a damned. He grabbed his weapon and took a combat posture, wondering if there was anything he could do but fight. The young men appeared surprised and impressed by this gesture. He called Sanal an old man and asked if he wanted to fight. He also smiled. The 4 males had smug expressions on their faces when the young man instructed him to look at them and count how many of them there were. Sanal became enraged and pleaded with them to stop treating them badly even though they hadn't done anything to him. Young Mean's derisive look demonstrated his rejection of any misconduct. Sana wondered why they had assaulted them out of the blue. He was told by young males that they wanted something from them. Ayn and Sancho were perplexed. The young man confessed that his desire was for the girl seated beside him. He told Sang Ko, his face sinister, that they were only thinking about a hen and didn't give a damn about a man like him. The 3 guys who were accompanied by young men conversed with one another, questioning whether the girl was really a hen. One of them stated that the moniker and her appearance strongly indicated that she was a hen, while another speculated that perhaps someone else was attempting to emulate her in order to look like her. The men carried on discussing who gives a damn about appearances when they are identical. Ayn's look was one of horror. Sango was assured by young guys that if he leaves Ayn behind, he will be released unharmed. This only made Santo more enraged because, in his opinion, the young man ought to have brought it up right away, and he would have immediately left her. With a sidelong gaze, he told her he didn't intend to endanger his life for her. But he has a serious problem. He will fail his boss, Director M.J. Locke, if he can't keep Ayn safe. So he took a combat stance, saying he wouldn't be leading without her. Youngman acknowledged whether he truly meant to fight, seeming amused by his gesture. Sancho intimidated them, claiming that what they were doing was illegal. Young men started laughing at this. He thought it was hilarious and sarcastically inquired about the laws that applied in the other world. He even asked whether he would report him when he returned to the real world. He stated that since they were in a different universe and his face might not be the same as it is in the actual one, and he dared him to trust and give it a try. Enraged by their cruel songs, Chop felt he had no choice but to fight back, even if it meant risking more injuries. He recognized that the young guys would not back down with mere threats. Suddenly, he turned his focus to something else. It astonished him to see a familiar face. It was Blatha, and he was idly observing them from a tree. Yongmin seems taken aback by Black's unexpected arrival. Black Scythe turned to confront Cho and inquired as to their purpose. In response, Yong that he should simply carry on with his own company. However, Black Scythe interrupted him mid-sentence to inform him that he was not speaking with him. Black Scythe inquired about the present state of affairs from Sung Cole once more. Sang Cole didn't hesitate to report the incident, telling him that the guys were ambushing a hen with the intention of killing him. He also requested assistance and said that he would always owe him money. Black Scythe turned to face the young men and inquired as to the veracity of Sanel's statement. However, young men ignored him, telling him to just move on as it doesn't matter if it's true or not. The young men emphasized that this is not Black's concern. Black Scythe approached the young man and introduced himself, radiating a red, sinister aura about him. Men and young people inquired what Black Scythe was attempting to accomplish while displaying a sense of terror. Black Scythe warned them that he wouldn't simply leave a wounded person alone while holding his weapon as it gradually acquired shape. This infuriated the young boys, but Sanel and Ahin felt relieved and thankful. In the back of his mind, Black Scythe realized that he benefits from the situation as well. If he helped her, Magan Look would think good of him. Furthermore, if a company like Mayan Look owes him money, the payment will have a domino effect and lead to a much more advantageous repayment. Besides, he hates young men, which is why he has decided to help. Black's maneuvers appeared to terrify both his warriors and the young lads. He told him to stop and threatened to kill him if he continued. With a smile, Black asked them what the problem was, and if they wanted to fight him. Iman's mind was a raging pot of fury. It seemed stupid of Black to ask that. Considering that Black Scythe had just triumphed over the goblins and achieved the highest rank the previous time, he wondered if the monster would be willing to confront him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Black Scythe dropped his scythe and gave the young men an order to tell him if they did not want to fight. The four guys watched as the scythe's blade moved. Fear-stricken young men asked if Black Scythe would let him go if he told the truth. Folding his arms, Black Scythe stated he would give it some thought if he knelt and honestly begged for his life. The young man's expression changed from one of helplessness to despair as he realized that Black Scythe intended him to bring himself low. When his friends and Aaron are around, he wants to avoid arguing, yet he gets quite agitated. He mocked Black Scythe. Something suddenly dawned on him. If he was lucky, he might even be able to send Black the flying with a single strike, as he felt strong enough to break through a wall with just his hands. He grinned at the idea. With a smug look on his face, he told Black Scythe, "You're crossing the line, you bastard," while clenching his fists like he was getting ready for a fight. He rubbed Black Scythe's shoulder and went to ask what it was he had said before that had caused him to fall to his knees and beg. "Do you want to die, huh?" he then inquired. Young men meant to naturally close the distance between them. Then he'll strike him squarely in the face. He reasoned that the Black Scythe could not survive since a human could not withstand anything powerful enough to break through a brick wall. Dark abruptly produced his firearm. Youngman couldn't figure out why he would discard his gun. Black Scythe boldly declared that it would be boring to win so easily, and that it seemed a bit unfair for his opponent to attack him defenseless when he is waving a weapon. This infuriated young men who claimed that Black was being ridiculous. Black sprang to his assault on the boys who were coming toward him. The young man lifted his fist, happy that Black Scythe had the audacity to show his head and hide his weapon. He punched him with all his might and said, "Die!" He was shocked, though, when the Black Scythe swerved past his fist, and a powerful kick landed in his stomach. It propelled him into the distance because of its might. With 1 foot rose, Black Scythe spotted the young man's body in the air. Youngman cursed at the Black Scythe as he moaned and crouched in pain. Black Scythe forbade him from cursing since doing so would turn his ears black. Then he kicked him once more. Young Guys whimpered when he was kicked, and he caressed his face. Grabbing his shirt, Black Scythe held his arm out in front of him, unleashing a barrage of punches with his other hand. The young lads felt like a hammer hit them instead of a fist when they were struck. He wondered if Black Scythe had the same level of strength as him. He assumed Black Scythe did not have a rune of strength like his own. That's why he finds it incomprehensible that he is so strong. He studied Black's calm yet serious face. One of his companions yelled his name, the other instructed him to shoot the Black Scythe, and the archer took his place and drew the bow. I let loose a powerful, quick-moving arrow right away. I yelled to Black Scythe to duck under the arrow that was flying toward him, and Black Scythe did just that. Despite his seeming fear, the archer was able to shoot another arrow. Black Scythe rushed as quickly as he could, zigzagging to dodge arrows as he approached the archer. Even though the archer was already at arm's length, he told him that he must have been lucky to discover a bow while hunting. Dark Sword, after a skirmish, drew his weapon and apologized for meeting him. And with that, Black Scythe struck the archer, splattering blood all over the place. There was horror on the archer's face, and he groaned in pain and yelled loudly at my arm. The two men who were still alive, in spite of their dread, assumed a fighting stance and warned Black Scythe not to think that he could simply fool them and leave. The man cursed at him as he ran at him and attempted to stab him with the knife. In return, Black Scythe grinned mockingly. Then he activated the death insignia, making a crimson eye appear above the man's head with a skull in the middle. Scythe Black grasped his sword. He had great power when wielding his scythe, and let loose wind blades with a red hue that hit the man in the shins, sending him into a pained cry. He hit the ground hard, splattering blood everywhere. The other man was obviously terrified when he saw this. The Black Scythe approached him with lightning speed, and he told the man that they showed some degree of resolve because they attacked him with a weapon. When he swung his scythe with great power once more, the man cried out loud as the scythe severed his arm. Black Scythe turned to confront the man and noticed that he was donning the insignia of death, which has the ability to instantly cut through armor and amplify damage twice as much. Black Scythe thought to himself as he saw the troops lie on the ground, clutching their horrific wounds in agony. It had been easy, but it can't end that way. In order to prevent them from following him around ever again, he needs to instill dread in them. They groaned at the pain, and when they saw him approaching, they begged him to stop and spare them. He swung his sword again, trying to clean the blood off it, and the man screamed. Black Scythe let out a sigh and decided he was done with the boys, moving on to the next. His laser-like gaze shifted to something else. Standing behind the tree, Black Scythe told Iman it would make no difference if he hit himself. Black Scythe swung his sword high, reminding him there are no exceptions. And a wind blade sliced open the young man's arm. He let out a deep moan as blood gushed from his arm. He was scolded by Black Scythe for being such a baby. When Ryan thought back to his own bullying days, he concluded that Youngman's wounds were nothing compared to the pain he had endured at the hands of Iman and the other bullies. He kept slapping Iman with his thigh, causing him to scream aloud. Ein and Sankol carefully examined the circumstances. That a Black Scythe could so cruelly tear away an opponent's two arms when they had already lost all will to fight was beyond comprehension to Sankol. After the arm's Black Scythe struck the leg and continued to cut, Sanjel watched and thought, despite the fact that it would seem harsh to some, he liked the kind of serenity. His eyes were fixed on the sight as he spoke about how Black Scythe Rivals was his president. Once he had stopped attacking Black Scythe, he asked Sung Cho and Aeon how they were doing. The reply from Sang Kol was, "They were, and it was because of him." Since they can see that the four boys won't be able to move, Black advised them to go vote, so they won't have to worry about Iman and his friends attacking them. Together, they bowed their respect to Blackie. I needed to know if the men would survive. Blackie retorted that it didn't matter if they died, claiming that those people weren't even close to being animals. He was surprised by Aaron's response. Aaron's expression was morose, and Black thought she was way too sensitive. As if she were some kind of saint, he wondered why she would even care about the lives of those bastards. He thought she was trying to maintain her celebrity status. Sandal caught his eye, and he asked if she might ask him a question. "What is it?" asked Darkside. Sango angrily questioned why he chose to spare those people, saying that there shouldn't be any problems in the hereafter even if he kills them. Youngman's face took on a horrified expression at that. Blackside confirmed whether Sango's inquiry pertained to the fact that he didn't kill them in his thoughts after observing that Sung Cho was truly acting like Mighten Rock's right-hand man. He claimed that the reasoning is simple. Killing them serves no purpose for him. Sang Kol was unable to really comprehend the part about having no advantage, so he highlighted that it is still not a good idea to leave behind anything that could bring problems in the future. Black has said, "Trouble." Glancing sideways at the trembling guys, he questioned if the men could still really cause trouble in the future. He continued by saying that since fewer individuals will participate, a dwindling population has no advantages. It seemed as though Sandal accepted that reasoning and that he was right. As the number of players declines, so too will the number of spots open for those who have finished the round. He couldn't help but appreciate Black's viewpoints on those kinds of subjects, since he saw that he had a distinct perspective on the game. Sandal declared that he understood Blackie entirely, and that they would no longer concentrate on the trash that people produce in the future. Then Black said goodbye, but Sandal interrupted him immediately. Blackside responded, "Just forget about it," and continued to move away when Sandal assured him that, in exchange for providing his account number, he would get payment in the real world. Sandal could not believe Blackside would help out without expecting something in return. When he got back to reality, he decided to tell the president about the incident right away. As he watches him go, he hears someone wailing in anguish in the background. It's Iman Sanyo, who looked at him with murderous eyes, but chose not to kill him. Black claimed that singing wouldn't help them at all, so he held back in a sort of retaliatory manner. Then he motioned for a hen to get out of there. Once they were back in the big field, competitors swore to beat each other in order to win the title of representative for their region. As a result, there was a brawl between the players, with one of them grabbing another's collar. While the crowd tried to calm them, a new person joined the debate and volunteered to be the representative, saying that those who get upset easily shouldn't be in that position. Another male participant in the discourse butted in with the argument that he should be the representative because his father is a member of Congress. But a lot of people didn't think he was credible or the material he offered. Their enraged conversation was cut short when someone in the throng caught their attention. The speaker, who goes by the handle Mint Chocolate Boy, warned everyone not to squander their time in this manner and reminded them that there are only 2 hours left in the voting process. Additionally, he exhorted people to vote as quickly as possible. One participant asked for ideas about how they might select their candidates for voting. They were all curious to know what his strong solution was, so they all paid attention when he replied that he had a feasible one. He smiled at the thought of how attentively those people had listened to him. His expression darkened as he considered the players, who had once again fallen for his words, and the others who were being persuaded to do the same. Rune. He found the persuasion to be disappointing. Rune saw it as his haphazard rune piece and grimaced as the notification box revealed that the Persuade rune's chances of persuading a target increase if they are able to carry on a conversation. Targets below the caster's level are unaffected. At the time, the persuasive rule didn't seem very effective because it wouldn't be applicable to nonverbal monsters. But he quickly discovered the proper way to use the rune. Other players were busy killing the goblins on their own while he was on the field, supporting one another by trading tactics. He told the guys that a woman was seriously hurt and that they should leave the goblins behind and halt what they were doing right away to help her. The men took his advice to heart and raced to help the woman. Mint Chocolate Boy exploited goblins, who were about to die, by using this strategy once more, which made it easy to reach the need of 100 kills. After that, he figured, if all went as planned, he would be elected as the representative for the region with ease. He suggested that everyone rank the candidates in the current scenario from least to most preferred, selecting around 5 candidates in total, and then dividing the votes among them. The players came to the conclusion that it makes sense, and that it's not a bad idea because they will never accomplish anything if they keep asking each other to vote for themselves. The audience was asked to raise their hands if they had any recommendations, and the Mint Chocolate Lad encouraged them to do so in order to begin narrowing down the options. A player who had been self-promoting earlier raised his hand immediately. However, Mint Chocolate Boy told them that they were not allowed to support themselves since, had they would have simply reiterated what they had said previously. While everyone was claiming Chocolate Boy was right, he thought it would be so easy to win over those pathetic people. Choosing whom to recommend was proving to be difficult for the majority of the crowd, who were immersed in their own thoughts. Some were withholding their opinions because they wanted only themselves to speak for them. Mint Chocolate Boy waited for them in his head, expecting there to be silence from the crowd and recommendations that would center around the people who really stood out. A player raised his hand to propose that the Mint Chocolate Boy serve as a stand-in, saying, "Bingo!" to himself, explaining that it is preferable for the representative to be someone with leadership abilities and rationale. He appeared surprised that he had been nominated. Another player gave him more confidence that he could manage the issue. He laughed silently as he heard them say nice things about him, thinking how another idiot had been added to the list of idiots. Black's Eye was suggested by a different player, who also happened to be the nice person who thanked all the people who thought good of him. He smiled more, thinking that since Black's Eye had won the last round, it would seem reasonable that he would be handed the nomination. Then another player proposed Life is a Documentary as the second placer. Then Black Dragon, the third placer in my right hand, was suggested by a third player. 4 people have applied, according to Mint Chocolate Boy, since there is still 1 spot remaining. Then he inquired as to whether they had any more candidates. After concluding that there were only 4 candidates, he instructed the nominees to give a statement before the vote. He offered to speak first, since he believed it would be simple to convince those losers. When told to clip his beard, he started talking. Astonished, he saw that the person who had just spoken was the second-ranked name in the area is the documentary Life. He said with an annoyed expression on his face, "I can't stop listening to that Mint Chocolate Boy. Life is an archival film." His name was named in a Life documentary, and the Mint Chocolate Boy asked him what he was doing. There was an air of intimidation when he asked Mint Chocolate Boy whether he thought that everything was easy. He also questioned him about whether or not people simply did what he said. Chocolate Mint Boy wondered if being in a documentary had made him a better actor, but he was also thinking that this might not be the case, and he had a puzzled expression on his face. He described the Mint Chocolate Boy, who he thought was the local representative, as a provocateur who was disrupting life for the sake of a documentary. The Mint Chocolate Boy sternly cautioned him that he had crossed the line, because a person's words reflect their face and personality. He questioned whether the documentary life needed to use such strong language. After he finished speaking, he thought his comments had been impactful, so he was surprised when the documentary life continued to curse him. The documentary life got quite angry and started to wonder if the little kid with the mint chocolate could really have lectured him. He even made threats against the youngster, telling him not to have a death desire. The mint chocolate child is shocked to learn that his power is useless. In a documentary titled Life, the protagonist threatened to kill viewers if they did not vote for him, telling them to ignore the other contenders. The mint chocolate toddler showed off his talent once more when he said that life is chaotic and documentary-like. When he questioned the mint chocolate boy whether he believed anyone would listen to him if he talked like that, the boy told him to stop exposing himself and simply turn back. The documentary-style life said nothing, his countenance serious. He suddenly cut someone in the throng. The sight of blood in front of him frightened the boy with the mint chocolate. A documentary showed mint chocolate boy's tragic face as blood gushed from his body following a neck stab, reminding him that he had previously vowed to kill him if he mistreated him. The mint chocolate lad moaned in agony as his eyes went white. According to a documentary, when his body touched the ground, he threatened to kill the audience in the same manner that he had killed mint chocolate boy. Fearing that the mint chocolate youngster had just been murdered by the documentary life, the crowd flew into a panic. They did not hesitate to call him a murderer. The Life is a Blade documentary never stopped pouring with a little child's mint chocolate blood. He held up his dagger, daring everyone to come forward if they needed help. A player gave him a finger motion, telling him he was crazy. Every life is an audiovisual work. Smiled back, saying if they didn't want to confront him, he would go to them. With lightning speed, he tore through the throng, slicing through every individual as though he were burning with the passion of his work. He was overjoyed and said it was the best because no cameras or police reporters were there. He was happy that he could kill as many people as he wanted, and his body was covered in the blood of the people he had killed. He brandished his knife in front of them and threatened to kill the others if they didn't vote for him. There were looks of fear on everyone's faces. He knew with a devilish smile that people would suddenly support him because they were scared of what he would do to them. And if Black Scythe was successful in becoming a representative, his first target for assassination was his ascent to the top. While this was going on, Rumen continued to swing his sidearm through the forest to build strength. A notification box later showed that he had defeated Null, now with 265 kills out of 100. The impact of the Butcher rune increased all stats by 100%. The boost that was administered 3 times was also used. He noticed his status pane after leveling up to 16 and commented that he was now hardly at level 16. He only leveled up 6 times in the last 2 hours, while facing over 200 monsters. This made him realize that his present level is high, which is slowing down his rate of level growth. However, hunting isn't all bad because it's become easier. That was to be anticipated though, as his weapon attack and stats were tripled due to his possession of both the Reaper and Butcher runes. That it was time to head back, he declared. He tucked his gun away and turned around as soon as the countdown reached 0 and the notification window indicated that it was voting time. Ryan's chest was encircled by golden light, signaling that the local players were being called up to the starting line. It's voting time. The 4 wounded guys who battled Black were brought back to the starting place, shocking the other participants with their condition. Participants in the area were called to the starting point. Then Ein showed there, accompanied by Sung Cho and additional players, were perplexed by what they first observed when they arrived. As several player bodies were lying around, they began to wonder what had happened. Ein surmised that the man drenched in blood standing there was the culprit. Rumen said that it appeared as though Cho Jung-sik had regained the upper hand. Unfortunately, Cho Jung-sik, the leader of the Jung-sik gang and the second most skilled fighter in the district, has a completely trashy disposition. With so much blood on his face and torso, Jung-sik's expression was unsettling as she gazed at him. Ryan looked back at him and concluded that it wasn't the proper moment yet, therefore it was best to neutralize a ticking time bomb before it went off. After waiting for him, Jung-sik approached him gradually and inquired as to where he had been. Sanil and I turned to face Black Sai. Black asked Jung-sik politely what he needed from him. With a smug expression on his face, Jung-sik responded to that offer by telling Black Sai to be his servant. "Serve you," Black Sai answered. In response, Jung-sik whirled his dagger and said he would spare Black his life if he cooperated. The laugh that followed as a reaction took him by surprise. Black questioned if he was ready to go to war right now. Black gave him a smirk and instructed him to get down on his knees, since it is the only way he would spare him damage. Junik was driven by this to call Black Sai the crazy bastard and to accuse him of not realizing how serious the situation was. Black interrupted Junik in the middle of his statement to inquire if he was having trouble understanding what had just been said. Black pulled out his firearm and inquired as to if it would be more satisfying to simply pass away there. When Black Sai's weapon caught Jung-sik off guard, he panicked within and began to wonder where he obtained it. He also began to regret interfering with him. After asking what was wrong with him, Black responded as though to tease him, saying, "Cat's got your tongue." Gritting his teeth, Junk braggedly identified himself as the leader of the Junik gang, Junk. He questioned Black Sai on whether he would bow to just anybody. When his emotions were at their peak, he swung them carelessly and challenged Black Sai to attack with his magnificent weapon. In response, Black Sai scoffed, noting that Jung-sik was as irritable as usual. He made the decision to quit making fun of him, since he knew things would get complex once he shown his strength and won the players' votes. In order to deploy Jung-sik in the third round, his strategy is to designate him as the representative. Furthermore, the angel will appear at any moment. The angel came as if on cue, confirming whether or not all of the humanity had assembled. Black distracted Junik and assured him he was lucky. Black advised Cho Junik to be careful who he challenges next time if he doesn't want to pass away too soon as he turned to leave. Jung-sik felt relieved as well as simmering with rage as he stood there as though he was frozen. Although he was seeming tough, he was secretly afraid that he would have a heart attack. He let Black Sai go for now, but he promised that if he ever became the representative, he would use his powers to get revenge on Black Sai for the humiliation. The angel inquired of the humans whether they had chosen their delegates. The angel saw the bodies and remarked that they had done more than just talk in their 3 hours together. She also emphasized that it is none of her concern whether or not the trash people perish. She then inquired as to whether they should carry out the planned voting. Every player saw a screen announce that the vote for the area representative had begun. Each player could cast one vote, and the region representative would be the one with the most votes. All they had to do was select the candidate they wanted to support. Additionally, players who don't cast their votes within the allotted 5 minutes will lose their place in the round, and the voting timer will start to run out. After hearing the command to "Look at who I want to vote for," one participant repeated it while glancing around and focusing on a certain candidate. The majority of players were focusing on Jung-sik, who had a smug expression on his face because he thought that everyone was watching at him. And suddenly, he started to feel astonished. When he turned a woman's plump cheeks a steamed bun, the woman was taken aback and perplexed. The woman, on the defensive, informed him that she had voted for him. He was becoming enraged with her for not looking at him. When the allotted time for voting had elapsed, Jung-sik looked around him and roared threats at the people. He watched every move and called out to everyone who turned away. The angel informed them that the voting period had ended and that none of them were foolish enough to attempt to rig the results. She motioned for them to count the votes and clapped her hands. The voting results were displayed on a large screen. Cute Baby Bird received 5 votes, followed by Chubby Cheek Steamed Bun with 6 votes. Black Dragon in my right received 249 votes, followed by Black Scythe with 277 votes. Life is a Documentary received 24,000 votes, placing it in first place. Although Jungsik received the most votes and came in first, he was not satisfied with the amount of votes he received. Black Scythe came in second. He was so angry that some players avoided looking into his eyes as he glared at them. He was upset that they had voted for Black Scythe rather than him. As the region representative, the angel said that life is a documentary when the vote was over. Given this, the angel bestowed upon him the power of command, enabling him to direct people around a window screen indicating his appointment as the region's representative and his deservingness of this authority. This made Cho Jingik's bloody visage smile broadly. He then decided to make Blackie regret not killing him by ordering everyone to work together to kill Blacktha. Something caught his eye on the TV. It demonstrated his authority of command and his capacity to give players orders and exert firm control over them. The skill can only be used 10 times, it can only command one player at a time, and it is ineffective for players who are members of a class. Applicable players are not allowed to defy the order in any situation. He appears dissatisfied with the circumstances, especially the ability of players with a class to disobey his orders. After voting, the angel asked the humans if they felt done, however that wasn't the case because there was a hidden quest for that round. The angel's meaning was beyond the player's comprehension. There is a sub-quest in the second round. A window screen informed them that if they succeeded in obtaining an advancement item in a class, they would earn a 50% discount coupon for today's purchase. Sang Cole and Aaron didn't seem to know what a class or progression item was. The angel told them that was how the mission window was supposed to appear when they reached level 10. A gamer inquired as to how they were meant to level up in the absence of monsters. The angel informed them, "There are many monsters in the forest," with a gloomy expression on her face. Since just 880,000 persons nationwide were allowed to move onto a class this round, the angel advised them not to worry. Additionally, she said that someone in their area had advanced in class, leaving the gamers to wonder who it was. When the angel inquired as to whether they ought to examine the outcome of the subquest to ascertain. The second round subquest results were shown on a wide screen, showing all regions. Black Scythe, level 16 Reaper, was ranked first, followed by Heavenly Demon, level 10 Dark Knight, and Foolish Fools, a level 10 Shaman, in third place. In their region, only Black Scythe had a class. The players' reaction when they realized Black Scythe was the first to progress was a hint of terror. Additionally, that he is the only one in their area. Additionally, he is a Reaper in his class. While they were chatting about his class and staring at him, one player surmised that perhaps this was the reason he had been holding a scythe earlier. Given that he already teaches a class, Junk is furious that he was unable to command Blacktha. He also finds the timing of the event surprising. The angel said that ranks were given out in round 2 based on the fastest completion time of the subquest. She turned to face the board and announced that Black, the person who had switched classes in their region, had also taken top place throughout all regions. This impressed her so much that she even mentioned how special his class is, and how his moniker fits in with it. She questioned him about how he came up with the nickname. She followed up to find out more, asking him if he had previously acquired the Reaper class. Ryan nonchalantly replied that he had no clue he would be taking a class that would match his namesake. The angel then proposed the notion that Ryan become. Yes, Reaper must be fate, according to Ruman. He had noted in the back of his mind that the angels are unaware of the Reaper class's acquisition process. They are just aware that it is a special class. She said that was interesting, and the angel asked if that's what fate is. She clarified that he is the only individual in the area who will not be impacted by the authority command, adding that it was unexpected that there would just be one person in the area who had switched classes. When she indicated that the authority command won't harm Blacksea, the players questioned what she meant to say. The angel asked if she would go on teaching everything, and then she told them that those with a class are not subject to the authority of command. Since there are only 10 opportunities to exercise the authority of the command hand, the region representative cannot order Black to do as he pleases. Therefore, just because someone is designated as a region representative does not grant them unrestricted power. The players comprehended her explanation, but Cho Jung-sik became enraged since he didn't want anybody else to be aware of the authority's requirements. The angel then inquired as to whether Black Scythe, who finished his class the quickest, should receive a reward. She gave a finger snap. There were 2 window screens that showed up. The first one congratulated him for finishing the quest and coming in first place in the region, while the second one said he had won first place throughout all regions. After Ryan was the first in the region to obtain a low-rank uncommon armor, and the first in all regions to receive a special award, he touched the screen to claim his rewards. He is asked to select one uncommon armor piece from a list that includes a leather armor fit for a medieval knight, a well-ventilated mage's robe, and an expert hunter's armor. He was already aware of his options. He selected the second option, the expert, because the first was too heavy and the third is almost worthless in terms of protection. Hunter's leather armor. He is then required to select one from the list of unique gifts. There are 3 experience possibilities. Information about the third round, and the 3,000 gold buffs that are preserved for it. Knowing that there will be a lot of monsters in the third round helped him make his decision. Thus, the 3 times EXP buff is the obvious decision. The angel declared that the prizes had been given out. Ryan's body radiated gold. The angel also said to the other players that everyone could go home. Additionally, the angel tells them that the third round will be a lot of fun before they teleport. And she assured them, "I guarantee it," grinning sinisterly. The results of round 2 were displayed on a large screen. There are only 873,205 survivors overall, and 998 survivors in the current region of ES-455. Other announcements included that the next round will start on March 1, 2023, and that the soul will be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. The message concluded by congratulating the players on their survival. The most recent notification indicated that the soul will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. And without warning, a hand twitched. Iman was the one who startled out of his sleep and began to scream. He was surprised to see that his hand was still whole when he glanced at it. He was relieved that his arm remained linked because he had anticipated returning with a normal body as long as he lived. Then his face took on a dejected expression, and he determined never to deal with Blacksea or even come into contact with him ever again. Sanel gave Aeon credit for his diligence. In response, Aeon said that she hadn't done anything and that he had put in a lot of effort. She turned to face him, beaming, and said, "Thank you." Sanel said that it's what's expected of him as her manager and bodyguard, appearing uneasy as he cleared his throat, glanced aside, and fixed his tie. Ayn expressed her desire to express gratitude to Blacksea once more and inquired about the possibility of doing so. He added that Blacksea intended to conceal his true identity and that they had no way of finding him because they are unaware of his true appearance. Ida affirmed that he genuinely wishes to remain anonymous. Sanel clarified that he learned about it when he requested for his account information in order to be compensated, but based on his quick refusal, Blackla realized that the account number would allow him to be tracked down in real life. Ina is not pleased that she understood. Sanel advised her to locate him in the following round and give him something if she truly wanted to express her gratitude. The proposal made Ayn smile. Ayn said that was a fantastic idea, and she began considering a suitable compensation for him. Sung Cho told her to go to bed, and they would talk again in the morning. She also advised him to take care of himself. When Sanel's phone buzzed as he was about to use the elevator, he entered and took President Ma's call. Sang Cole observed that the president was still awake. President Ma commended him for moving to dark night class, but he also acknowledged that he was immediately back into a whiskey. President Ma inquired about events occurring inside their area. Midway through, Sanel claimed that he and I were only able to reach level 8 because they were hurt and couldn't hunt President Ma. Heard when Sanchel arrived at the parking lot, he said he was going to report back on the event and inquired as to if now would be a good time to discuss it. He said it has to do with the Black Scythe. President Ma requested that he come to the hotel so that he could hear it directly. Sanel informed him that he would arrive in 20 minutes. Sanel drove along unaware that a stranger was watching him. Watching his car pull out of the parking lot, it was Ruman who was snooping on him. Ryan questioned whether Sung Cho was en route to Mangluk 10 minutes prior. Ruman was watching Wani sleep as she sat on the bed. When he saw Sung Cho and said his name, the stab window screen informed him that he needed to choose the target he wanted to follow. It then said that the target's name and face matched, and the target's location has been tracked. After that, the window said that the target has been located and is 9 meters away. Ruman saw that he was getting really near and questioned whether he was in the penthouse, when the position suddenly changed to 23 m away. After that, it was 56 m away. He observed the location had changed, and given how quickly it was moving, he deduced that Sang Cole had to have used the elevator. He was curious as to where he was heading so early in the morning, and he considered the idea that it might be in the direction of Mach. He put on his jacket right away and went directly to the door to make sure his guess was correct. He acknowledged that it was fortunate that he made the decision to find him as soon as he got back. There are clouds covering the full moon. It prevents the moon from shining. Megan was admiring the sky, thinking that this would be the ideal night to pursue someone. He chose to put up with it for the time being since he needed to hear the report. Considering that Black Scythe placed first in both the first and second rounds, he pondered what kind of player might be unfamiliar with him. He tapped his finger on the couch's arm because the news about the number 1 made him uneasy. He began making assumptions, including that Black Scythe would fight his subordinate first. If that is the case, he was aware that he wouldn't stand by passively because undermining his right-hand guy is tantamount to confronting him. His face was serious as he considered not allowing anyone to stand in his way, not even if they were the top dog. His right hand was in front of the door when it felt strange. Asking whether she was inside, he knocked on the door and told her to leave. They raised their feet and greeted each other. Sanel told him that President Ma was the only one who could keep their friendship going. Chairman Ma told him that they never met in the same place and that he never needed to do anything. Sanjel bowed before him, thanking him, saying that President Ma's very presence was motivational. President Ma commended him for his positive traits. "It's not flattery, it's the truth," Sanel assured him with assurance, and he was commended for succeeding. Once again, President Ma congratulated him on his class promotion, comparing the second round to delivering a caramel to a Sanel infant. It was obvious to him that it was a fortune. Sung Cho, however, continued to emphasize that coming in second or third is not an easy task, and that luck is also a skill. On to state that holding the position of President Ma represents the greatest honor she had ever received. Chairman Ma put down the drink and said to Sung Cho that he must be wooing him because he must need something from him. In this way, anytime she sensed that she wanted anything, she asked Sung Cho if her intuition was correct. Sang Choi inquired anxiously about how he had acquired an advanced object. Chairman Ma told him that during his hunting, several objects had fallen and turned into monsters. It was reported that Runa noticed her chunk of the asteroid because of her run through the pitch-black night. At that moment, the angel informed them they would check their inventory to see the gift he had prepared. Upon checking his inventory, he discovered he had obtained the Dark Knight, which bestows an evil aura on the weapon that deals damage to opponents and boosts all stats. When the weapon achieves level 10, it might immediately advance to the special Dark Knight class. He recorded the pertinent data, even though he didn't appear to understand it at the time, and concluded that he was lucky to have gotten an object that was better than his random run in the first round. However, she is not allowed to divulge private information to anybody, not even close relatives or other valuable subordinates. Realizing that people can alter at any time due to their innate potential, Chairman Ma shifted the topic and asked an open-ended question. "Who hurt you?" Very genuinely asked if she was black. Surprised by his assumption, Sanel corrected him right away, telling him that the black Sai was the one who had saved his life. Chairman Ma has asked for particular data to be sent. Chairman Ma pressed him to explain if the goons chasing the actress were the reason she was in danger of dying. Sang Cole reiterated that they might have died if Black Scythe had not shown up. He told her that although Ayn had survived, she had suffered severe psychological harm that kept her from going back to work in the entertainment industry. Chairman Ma had to consider this carefully, since not only was his trade company in danger of failing, but he was also going to lose his most valuable subordinate. Chairman Ma assumed those goons were dead when he asked them where they were. Sanel stated that Blacka had not killed them, but rather had caused them to suffer until they died. President Ma asked Sanal why, to which he replied with the black proverb, "Killing them achieves nothing." The fundamental idea was that the population that survives experiences a drop in proportion to the population as a whole. President Ma voiced anxiety about what those killers might do in the future, even if he acknowledged that nothing is wrong. He pondered as he sipped his whiskey, explaining to me why the occupants and their minions continued to exist. Sanel said that he owed money and told Black to get it. He clarified that he had provided some money back then, but Blacka had told him it wasn't needed and that it had been paid for quickly. Chairman Ma expressed surprise at the timing of the compensation refusal, which he attributed to Blacka's nervousness after disclosing his identity. Blacka had been presented as a responsible individual. It appeared as though their conversation had come to an end when they both got up. Chairman Ma instructed Sinkal to thank Black Scythe if they happened to meet paths in the upcoming round. He genuinely feels appreciative of the person who kept Aeon and Sanel alive. President Ma is not one of those who sends in past due invoices and waits for a response, so Sanel vowed to give him the information and ask Blacka for assistance. In response, Kolsung said, "As you wish, sir." With a menacing look, he recalled that, should he decide to depart, he ought to question Chairman Ma, as he would pretend to be familiar with these guys' names. As everything passed, Ryuman hid behind a hotel tree outside and observed the surroundings, reflecting on how loyal Sung Cho is to his dog. When he returned to reality, even though it was already dark, he made a beeline for Gon Rock, because he had verified its location. He was sure that separating would lead to problems as well. Noticing the irony that Gunrock's favorite star, Lee, lived in the same apartment as him, he mentally called for a cab. He mentally noted that they would never have met Ein if they hadn't given out rice cakes to their younger brother. Furthermore, I never would have discovered Sang Cole and Ein's relationship. It was clear as he opened the taxi door that Gan Rock could gain confidence by making good use of their neighborly friendship, but he still needed to determine whether or not to send Gan Rock to the 20th round. It knew the caliber of Dark Knight's rune from Gian Rock. Though it's an incredibly powerful trap, there are drawbacks, such losing the advancement rune and needing to train to become a knight. The Dark Knight's power, Dark Aura, requires the accumulation of dark mana, an exclusive form of mana that is unobtainable through conventional means. Still, this is the biggest annoyance. For someone who appreciates psychophysical reactions such as the Gunrock, it makes some sense. Ryan maintained the psychopath as a candidate for the time being and made full use of him, deciding that having him as an ally would be dangerous. It was mentioned that some people are gifted. I noticed a girl who exuded green strength. They decided to get to work as soon as the sun rose after they had found their place. Afterwards, in a shop, the counterman appeared unclear about what to do and expressed anxiety that revenues would be slashed in half. His daughter showed up at the door without warning. His daughter Julie asked her father why she was so independent when I first saw her. He said that there is an outright ban on the sale of lottery tickets. Julie informed him what transpired after her confession, claiming that despite the government's reasonable explanation, it seems they still think the players are to blame. The government said it had no idea what the players were capable of. Julie remembered that once was a man who won the lotto 4 times in a row. His father says he doesn't know what to do, and that the cost of the purchase and the labor is making things difficult immediately. Julie assured him that she would help, and that he would graduate shortly. Her father told her that she should put more emphasis on her schooling, and that she wouldn't have enough money if she took a part-time job to supplement her salary. After complimenting her grades, he asked her whether she planned to attend college. She informed him she had given up on that ambition because her dream was to become a magician. She stated that the school is irrelevant given the circumstances. His father lost it and submitted to his. The reason was that, should something not sell well, Julie could lose in the following round, so money was not the primary concern. He apologized to his kid and told her he had been everywhere lately. Julie informed him he had nothing to regret because he was innocent while holding his father's hand. He happily informed her that he had made it through the second round and had even learned a lesson, reassuring her that everything would be all right. To fix it, he held out his hand, raised his hand, and directed it toward his father, causing a green light with circles drawn on it to appear. His father would have been appalled and would have wondered what he had done if his body became green. He claimed to have gained the class known as Buffer in order to obtain an ability known as a blessing. Consequently, he asserted that it has a revitalizing effect on people and increased statistics. His father confirmed that he felt inspired by him, expressing gratitude and happiness at the acquired talents. She pleasantly informed you that she would routinely apply her skills and urged her father to progress. Sir smiled profoundly. The store's doors opened. The man behind the counter seemed to recognize him when Ruman entered the store. In a low voice, Julie asked her father if he was aware that the man who had just walked in had told him he had won. To be clear, he was talking about the top guesser who was able to identify the number on 100 tickets. When Ryan greeted him and asked whether he remembered him, the man behind the counter stated he was the one who had purchased 1,001 lottery tickets. The man asked him why he had been there after recognizing that he recalled him. Ryan took the man by surprise with his next move. The man abruptly inquired as to what was going on after Ryan apologized. He clarified that because he had won the top reward twice, the NAT lottery had ceased selling tickets, as he had heard in the news. He apologized profusely for unintentionally breaking the store. Julie observed the entire scene. He was reassured by the man that even if they were unable to sell lottery tickets, they would not go hungry, and that it was not his responsibility. As he goes through his luggage, Ryan says it doesn't sit right with him since he feels like he's the one who's harmed them. He wants to make amends for them, if only somewhat. Ruman startled both father and daughter by revealing that the package contained 10 million pieces when the accountant inquired about its contents. The man turned down the cash. Ruman insisted on being accepted and departed right away. The man appeared to be overflowing with wealth. The man handed Julie the letter, and Julie offered to hurry and return it. Julie caught up with Ryan and called for him to halt. Ruman swiveled to face her. Julie asked him to identify himself, as if she recognized him. Ryan doesn't seem to get that Julie told him they were in the same class. Julie asked him if he was suggesting that he didn't know they had been in the same class. Ryan apologized and claimed he wasn't good with faces, but he was lying because he was aware of Julie. He belongs to the same class as the business owner's daughter and has the special class buffer. He was genuinely shocked that fate existed when he first learned that she had attended his lesson in the past. He plays it like they happened to meet in order to win Julie over. Julie invited him to meet somewhere to talk. Ryan agreed to the terms. They were seated on a park bench, taking in the brilliant blue sky. Julie gave the envelope to him. "Is that the cash you just handed over?" he inquired. Julie told him they couldn't take that much money and asked he return it. Ryan knows that his $10 million donation will not be approved, yet he knowingly made the enormous donation knowing that he cannot live with debt despite his challenging circumstances. He was still holding the envelope in his palm, and his arm was beginning to hurt. She urged him to accept it. Ryan declined, explaining that it was the least he could do to assuage his conscience after telling the owner that he only had that much money because he felt horrible about hurting people. Julie told him that was a lot of money. In response, Ryan said that he would still like them to accept it, no matter how much, because he would feel awful and couldn't stop thinking about it. Ryan rationalizes that Julie's allegation that it is still burdensome and excessive is the very reason he is providing it to her. He requested Julie to let the owner know that they shouldn't feel compelled to take it because it's not a big sum of money. Julie asked him about his persistent obstinacy. Ryan stood up to bid her farewell, but Julie persuaded him to hold off by offering to take $1 million as opposed to $10 million. He inquired whether she could decide that for herself and suggested that she speak with the store owner. Julie told him that amount of money would definitely make his father uncomfortable. Ryan told him that although he routinely frequented his father's convenience shop, he had never heard of it and found the coincidence intriguing. Julie concurred and expressed her own fascination with it, particularly given that her partner is the inaugural winner. Apparently, the word friend had affected Ruman. Julie informed him that she had recognized him as soon as he walked into the store and questioned whether he was truly oblivious that she was a student in his class. Ryan apologized and stated he wasn't very good with expressions when he noticed Julie seemed glum for the first time since he just heard her name. Ryan apologized for what happened. Julie blushed and remained silent. Ryan felt bad for pretending not to know her, but that was the only way he could make her curious. Julie got up to verify that they are in the same class and that she goes by Julie. Being quite close to him, she inquired if he would remember it and revealed that was his face. Julie's cheeks reddened and she was stunned, but Rand smiled and said, "Yes." Graduation is quickly approaching, so she is introducing herself to a student when hilarity strikes her in reality. Ryan retorted that, if nothing else, At least he already knew, and that they would still be in contact after graduation. Then Ryan wanted her phone number. Julie appeared stunned. Ryan questioned whether he should have asked for her phone number. He claimed that asking for a classmate's phone number was not unusual in the slightest. With a nod, Julie requested that her number be entered into the phone. She worked on it, blushing. After that, he gave the phone back to its owner. Ryan told him they should keep in touch because their meeting was preordained. Julie answered, "Yes," stuttering, and Ruman encouraged her to hurry because he had an important assignment to complete. When he turned away from her, Julie realized she was still holding the present, and she yelled at him to wait, but Ryan just waved her hand. Ultimately, he failed to return the envelope. His face heated and his heart raced as he recalled how he'd asked for her number. He knew that he was asking her to be his buddy, but he couldn't help how he felt about her. He remembered how he had seen them tormenting him when they had first happened to cross paths. She wasn't sure if she was acting out of sympathy, but she felt forced to go all the way when she reported the incident to the police. He made the decision to follow him in order to ensure that he got home securely. However, when I observed Ryan continuing to work at his part-time job as though nothing had occurred, he learned that he is a stronger person than he appears to be. That's when she initially expressed interest in him. But she didn't have the guts to talk to him. That's when she realized she couldn't approach him since her love for him had grown so strong. He chose to be courageous today, since he never would have thought that they would run into each other again. He views it as a rare chance that the heavens have given him, and he can no longer say that he is unaware of it after receiving the 10 million. Grinning broadly, she inquired whether she might invite him to supper. Ryan is laying in bed and gets a message from Julie inviting him to lunch. He assured her that the meal was available and that he would cover the cost, but Julie insisted on covering the cost herself. He expected her to feel that she owed him something, not that she would immediately offer to buy him lunch. That's good news, since it will be simpler for you to gain her support if you talk to her after deciding to save Julie and advance her to the 20th round. Wani is seated on the couch when she emerges from her room. He said he was meeting a friend when Wani questioned him about his movements. Wani questioned whether the girl was a friend and whether he couldn't get laid. Ruman told her brother she was going out to lunch. Wani appeared perplexed and concluded that perhaps his brother was going somewhere. Ryan and Julie got together during a cookout. Ryan inquired as to what his favorite steak was. Upon hearing, "Yes," Ryan encouraged her to eat a lot. It was one of her best days ever, she realized with a flush. She had never thought she would eat by herself with him. For the remainder of the dinner, they ate in silence. Julie believed the atmosphere was getting uncomfortable and felt obligated to speak up. How had she won the lotto 4 times in a row, he asked her. He told her he'd had some good luck lately. Startled, she questioned him about how much money he had made from the dream. Ryuman nonchalantly remarked that he would not have to worry about money for the rest of his life, while yet realizing that his life is the most important thing. Julie then inquired about his first round experience and whether or not he had struggled to get rid of the goblins. He told her it had taken him a long time and he didn't recall much, but in the end he knew the answer was 5 when she asked him what area he was in. Julie says hers ends at 7 o'clock. He expressed his grief that they were unable to cross paths in the afterlife. Ruman figured he shouldn't give up since, with less and fewer people left, they would eventually come to areas that had merged together. He said he was at level 10 when she questioned him about his level. It was at the same level, he claimed. In response to her question on his classes, he said that he had not yet enrolled in any. Pretending not to know, he told her that he was lucky enough to get a class change item. His class is named Buffer Ryuman. He expressed his gratitude that she is once again a buffer and questioned whether it is comparable to giving out game perks. She asked him nervously if he wanted to see it, and he said he would want to, explaining that the boost is called Bless and it improves all the stats. She extended her hand, and something appeared in front of her, a green drawing. The pop-up message informed him that the blessing would endure for 3 hours and had raised all of his metrics by 50%. He said he was amazed by the gift and that, considering the remarkable outcomes, he assumed it would be a unique talent. He was relieved to receive the boost, even though he knew that his talent would double in efficacy when it reached its maximum level, a 100% increase, especially because he planned to meet with her for that reason. Rumen recalled receiving a random bag of gold as payment for completing the first-class change sub-quest. As the name implies, the luck statistic influences this kind of bag, meaning that you can obtain more gold if your luck is higher. He tells her the results are good and thanks her. She responded happily, saying that all he had to do was let her know if he needed buff, and she would take care of the casting. She questioned him about whatever he could recall sharing with him. He continued by thanking her for the $10 million donation and adding that his father had also wanted to thank her. In addition, he promised to pay her whatever it took. She has nothing to worry about, he told her, and he questioned if that was exactly what he wanted to say. Since he doesn't have any money, there might be another motive. She reminded him of something. She produced a shiny thing and asked him what it was. He claimed to have found it while hunting and promised to take the item even if he declined payment. She tells him that she is being honest and that he shouldn't think about turning it down, pleading with him to accept it. He told her how great it had been and that they ought to get together again after lunch. She readily complied with his advice to use caution in the next round. Ryan was at the park by himself. He took the screen from his stockpile. He looked closely at the item Julie had handed him. It was a stunning purple stone with a trace of enchantment, but he was unprepared expecting her to give him such a gift. It was a purple magic crystal of low quality. He took it out of the stock. He doesn't know how the object works because there isn't much information about it, but he knew that when he got to level 20, he would be able to understand how uncommon it is. Once a player reaches level 20, they can use the combination function. It allows the player to combine a magic crystal with a weapon and assign more options. Magic gems are available in 7 different shades: purple, dark blue, orange, yellow, green, and blue. Red indicates damage. On the color wheel, orange denotes power and yellow luck. Green enhances dexterity. Blue boosts intelligence, whereas dark blue reduces damage. The purple magic crystal, which boosts all stats and has the lowest likelihood of occurring, is the rarest of them all. Counting himself lucky, he'd managed to grab the glass with ease. Despite his foolishness, he realized that in real life, he had a relatively high luck statistic. He noticed there were just 30 minutes left in the blessing when he decided to use the crystal after leveling up to 20. He considered opening the gold bag before his buff ran out, but not before realizing he needed to start leveraging his butchering job to boost his numbers. He produced a plastic box containing 100 mealworms from his bag. He is obliged to slay monsters because the only requirement is that it must be a living being. Insects are not present in the other realm. Every time a victim is killed with the Butcher rune, your stats are raised by 1%. Thankfully, that is not how things operate in the actual world. The plastic wrap was left on the ground by him. He apologized as he raised his foot to stomp on the bug. The window then showed his kill total, which was 45 out of 100, and that the Butcher's rune effect had raised all of his stats by 45%. Subsequently, a second update surfaced, indicating that all data had climbed by 67% and that their death count had now reached 67. More updated data was shown in a third window, indicating that he had achieved a kill percentage of 100 out of 100. Every statistic has increased by 100% as a result of Butcher's rune. Then, when he opened his status pane, he saw that his luck points had increased to 45. He has optimism and thinks he'll get what he wants. The rare consumable item, the random bag of gold, which yields a random quantity of gold between 1 and 99,999, was then taken out of his inventory by him. Because the luck stat impacts it, the user must have a rank greater than novice in order to utilize this item before the next round. Rumen understood that luck was on his side right now, so he reasoned that this would be a good time to use the random bag of gold. Observing it, he wondered how much money he would win because the system is so arbitrary that he might always gain the same quantity of gold by using the same statistic. Your previous luck may have awarded you anything from $3,000 to $6,000 in gold. Ryan's look changes to one of surprise. The notification window revealed that he has utilized an additional random gold pouch. A window opened, showing that he had received 9,999 gold. He is pleased that he obtained the maximum amount and feels that receiving the blessing was worthwhile. He then checked his entire gold balance, which is 16,249 gold, which should be more than plenty to purchase an incredible item. He chose to keep the gold secure for the time being because the item he desires will be available in 2 weeks. Returning to their apartment. When Ryan called out to his older brother, he declared that he was holding his smartphone and that he was finally back. Wani enthusiastically walked up to Ryan and inquired about his date. Ryuman seems perplexed by his inquiry. Wani questioned him about if he went on a date with a fling after he was advised to quit talking ridiculously, and he was questioned about his lunch. In response, Wani said he had requested black bean noodles. When Ryuman inquired what was wrong with his choice of food, he said that he wanted to eat it so much and that he should have chosen something nicer. Ryuman pouted. Ryan nodded solemnly, remembering that they were barely getting by just a month prior. Speaking of that, he recalled that he had invested $150 million in Bitcoin, and that, similar to his earlier endeavors, the market would probably crash in 2 weeks, at which point he would make sure to close his account. After seeing a lovely car on TV, he decided he ought to get a driver's license. Ryan passed the written test for a driver's license. He pondered the number of times he had taken the test before deciding to go in with a mediocre effort. Right away he's finished. When the proctor got up, he was perplexed. The proctor noticed that the student who had just departed had completed the test quickly and received a score of 95 when he looked at his computer. He thought he would pass, but it took 4 days for the license to be issued, and then the moment came. Holding out his smartphone, he said, "It's time to stop using Bitcoin." While he was on his phone, he couldn't stop laughing. When Wani asked him if something positive had happened, he replied that he had just sold all of his Bitcoin. When Wani inquired about the growth, a human told him that it had reached $300 million. One nearly spilled his coffee due to his disbelief at the enormous volume. He was shocked to learn that his brother had invested only $60 million at first, and he couldn't believe it when it increased to $300 million. Just a month ago, he wanted to stop his brother because he couldn't get over his shock, and now it had grown into a sizable sum of money. Rumen informed him that, based on the last attempt sum, he only anticipated $280 million and didn't think it would grow to that extent. When Wani inquired if he was going to give up everything at this point, Rumen assuredly said, "Yes." Wani thought it was a smart idea. However, he was in for a surprise when his brother said it was time to begin stock market trading. Wani, who had no prior stock market experience, appeared to be close to cry at his brother's choice when he was asked what he was intending. In order to reassure his younger brother, Ryan assured him that he had just seen it in a dream. Wani questioned him whether he had any more premonitions, claiming that this one was stalking. Ryan described how the dream informed him that if he purchases it now, it will become very popular, and that his only choice was to help his brother. In the back of his mind, Ryan doesn't blame WI for feeling anxious, but he is sure of his future knowledge. After that, he made the decision to buy stocks. He selected the Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation, which is valued at approximately $9,100 million and is ranked 85th on KDAC. Heavenly Demon, although Guyon Rock owns consulting, the company hasn't gained much notoriety yet, but after round 4, it will create a unique method and see explosive growth. Ryuan reasoned that since it will likely be a tremendous success, there is no reason not to invest. He made the decision that he would initially invest $280 million to acquire 31% of ownership because he believed that if he could acquire a significant portion of shares and achieve operational control, he would be able to considerably benefit by exerting influence as a major stakeholder. Just as he was ready to proceed, he heard his brother whispering. It was a hilarious sight to see Wani praying so hard for his desire to come true. And he completed the transaction effectively after that. Buying stuff when the sun sets is what's next on his list. By now, midnight had arrived. Nevertheless, Rumen chose to open the storefront window. Lying on his bed, he perused the products that were accessible. He selected the equipment tab knowing that he had saved up some gold today. Even though the items in the skill are all on normal rank, it's still possible to acquire rare and epic stuff. He said that players can buy common skills and items as long as they have gold. He considers this to be incredibly useful. Something known as today's item exists. It's a feature where you can purchase a daily rotating random item. Usually, it's difficult to get what you want since you never know what will be accessible, but Rumen is aware that he is in a unique situation because he is aware of what is ahead. And on that day, he realized that the epic item he needs would not be available. The skeletal necklace, which sells for 4,600 gold, has plus 3% int and plus 1% attack speed each opponent slain, both of which may be maximum at 25%. It is effective until the end of the round. Rumen was a little excited when it dropped because it's an inexpensive item with effects that improve attack speed and intellect. After making sure the item he saw it was already in stock, he opened his inventory and made the decision to use it, and pulled out the 50% off coupon that he had been given for finishing the advancement quest. He intended to use the 50% off coupon after making the jewelry purchase. He was shocked to discover that he still had 13,949 gold when he clicked buy. He sat up, surprised to see that he still had a sizable amount of gold. He began making plans for what to buy next. Initially, he intended to use the remaining gold to purchase a set of standard equipment. However, he reasoned that if he saved an additional 6,000 gold, he could purchase another common skill, which would be preferable because a common skill outperforms standard equipment. As a result, he is now driven to acquire 6,000 gold as soon as possible. Luckily for him, there are a lot of monsters in round 3. As a result, time went by, and March 1st, 2023, has already arrived. When the inevitable day arrived, the player's body glowed yellow, and their spirit began to be transported. When the players get to the alternate world this time, instead of arriving in the forest, players are in a village area. Curious about their location, they looked around and noticed that the village's buildings were destroyed. One player can be heard complaining about being dragged back into the other world again. Another player commented that it's not a village, but ruins. A player observed that the village is encircled by walls of a fortress. They began to wonder what the third round might entail when they noticed a bright purple crystal in the middle of the settlement. Ryuman realized that everyone appeared nervous, and that this was a strange environment. At the very least, he believed that Cho Junik would be more or less normal. Additionally, people began to notice and whisper about Jungsik. They discussed their region's representative, who goes by the nickname Life is a Documentary and doubles as a gang boss. They remembered how he threatened everyone in the area to vote for him by brandishing a dagger, and how a player bravely said that Black Scythe ought to have been the representative rather than the murderer. The player next to him requested him to be quiet and warned him that they may be subject to authority of command penalties if he heard them. The man didn't seem to care that much because he believed there was nothing to be concerned about, because the authority of command could only be utilized 10 times. When he heard them, Life is a Documentary caused him to yell and swear at them. Players remarked that he was acting as though people couldn't swear, and they questioned why he was using profanity. He pointed to the audience and yelled, "This angry Life is a Documentary. Who is this bastard who keeps running his mouth?" The players pretended not to hear him. He is furious because the angel revealed to everyone the power of command, causing the situation he had anticipated to come to pass. Suddenly, someone approached and said hello. Life is a bow-tied documentary. That individual was Hang Young-min, and a friend of his inquired as to what he was doing. He enthusiastically addressed Life as a documentary, but subsequently introduced himself as Jungsik of the Jungi gang. When Jungsik asked the man if he was a member of the family, the man replied that he wasn't, but he still identified himself as a young man in his 20s with aspirations of becoming a mobster. The idea that someone aspires to be a gangster lingered in Jungi's thoughts, and he wondered what kind of crazy bastard that guy is. Young males fervently confided in him that they greatly admired Junik and that they wished they could join his group. Junik started to ask why, but he was interrupted mid-sentence. He begged him to take him under his wing, then Yongni suddenly knelt down and promised to serve him for the rest of his life. This gave Jungsik a smile because he felt he had seen many different types of lunatics before, but this was the first time he had encountered one who was that extreme. He liked his spirit. Junik commanded the youths to rise, and he questioned the child about whether there was something wrong with his eyes, and whether he still wanted to serve him despite his damaged reputation. Young Min angrily replied that, because of his great regard for him, he didn't care about that. He pledged that if accepted, he wouldn't give a damn about what people thought of him. Seemingly happy, Junik made the decision to raise and assume responsibility for him. Young men bowed to him with great enthusiasm, expressing their gratitude and sense of dignity. People began to spread rumors about him, thinking he was crazy for having partnered up with Life as a documentary. However, as they say, birds of a feather flock together. Reen melted into the throng, remarking that it was lucky that Young Min paired up with Jungsik precisely as he had predicted based on previous events. When the angel showed up, she asked if everyone had assembled. "There are 99 fewer individuals here," the angel observed as she surveyed the crowd. The players weren't sure what she meant when she said that. Suddenly, a notification screen with information on the third round emerged. The primary mission is to guard the relic for 3 hours, and only 1,225 people can complete it because their region only has 4,900 participant ANS remaining. They began pondering how it happened after confirming that there are less people. The angel warned them that people wouldn't just randomly die, as it appears that people had fought in the actual world. The angel even said that she would be extremely concerned about the manner people fight. One player appeared upset and urged everyone to consider how many players could complete the round. When they saw it, they all started to feel upset and concerned. The player informed the angel about the potential for a system mistake, and as a result, the number of players who can complete has been lowered to 1/4. When the angel learned that mankind believed it to be a mistake, she chuckled. She assured them that it was not a mistake, and that the reason they were nervous was because fewer people would be able to finish. She advised them that perhaps they were overlooking something. She told them that only half of them may survive every round, but since everyone made it through the previous round, it only makes reason that only 1/4 would get it through the third round. Before the players could voice their displeasure, the angel stated that there was nothing unjust about it. She emphasized that all they needed to do was put in a lot of effort and rank in the top 25%. After that, she continued to explain the third round, telling them that every 30 minutes, monsters from her army would emerge from the castle gates and target the relic in the village's center. There will be 4 waves altogether, and in order to safeguard the relic, everyone must cooperate. If the players successfully guard the relic for 3 hours, they will get an extra reward. If not, they will suffer a severe punishment. Ultimately, the number of monsters they defeat will determine their ranking, regardless of whether they were successful in protecting each other. She informed them that because of the nature of the round, a lot more creatures than normal might show up. Although this makes things easier, it also means that experience and money will only be available at a lesser level because these monsters will only be at 1/3 of their full power. With his command authority, Junsik expected the round to be easy and had a smile on his face when he realized all he had to do was kill a bunch of monsters. The angel nearly overlooked something else crucial when she questioned whether life is a documentary. The selected representative from the previous round was informed by the angel that he could utilize his position of authority going forward. However, she clarified that if the representative passes away due to a natural disaster, the seat will become vacant because she understands that everyone is worried about what will happen to him in that case. However, when she questioned them about what would happen if he was slain by another player, the angel replied that the killer would be appointed the region representative right away, and they are granted complete access to the command authority. People began to glare at him, showing their true intentions, which were wicked. The angel declared that the monsters would show up in 10 minutes while clapping her hands. She smiled and told them that she wasn't sure if they would be able to work together for 3 hours and survive. Junik bellowed loudly, furious with the details the angel had disclosed. He clenches his teeth, sensing a menacing presence following him. The athletes were ready to go after him. Pulling out his knife, he roared at the bastards to come at him, promising to take them on. The players seemed ready to take him on. He's behaving forceful, but he can only utilize the authority ordered 10 times, according to a gamer. Another player clarified whether or not he believed the angel's claim that the representative's killer would be eligible to succeed him. Another participant said that when they saw the black side confidently approaching them, it would be preferable if he was the representative they stopped. Feeling intimidated, Junik inquired as to Black Side's intentions. Black Side approached him and assured him that he was just there to converse and that he shouldn't be concerned. He tried to advise Black Side not to order him to bow his head, but he was cut off mid-sentence. June denied that he is terrified. He told him to say what he came there to say. He was informed by Black Side that he had an idea. Black Side expressed empathy for him, stating that he recognized that he was currently in a challenging situation. With a solemn expression, he said he would shield him. Black took a moment to explain that he would assume responsibility for Junsik and escort him one-on-one, explaining that he will protect him so that other players won't gossip about him. The players were perplexed by what they had heard and understood that they would also have to confront Black Side if they were to kill Junik. The players didn't know what to do when Junik understood that Black Side would be venerated simply by name. He was tempted to accept the offer because of the players' emotions, but he knew there would always be a cost, so he asked Black Side what he wanted in exchange. Black Side retorted that there was nothing special. All he needed to do was obey all of his orders. Given his doubts, Jomsik inquired as to why Black Scythe was making the offer, and was shocked to learn that he had come to the conclusion that Black Scythe wanted him to be his subordinate. Regretfully, Black Scythe is unable to inform him. He clarified the kind of orders Blackett would deliver, but Blackett was also unable to inform him. Instead, he made it apparent that he expects Jomsik to obey the orders without question. That thought didn't sit well with Jomsik, who mentally cursed him. However, he began to wonder what would happen if he said no. He also fears that Black Scythe would attack him. Black Scythe reminded him that other people are also waiting for his response, and pushed him to make a decision. He appeared to struggle with his decision before stating that he would not be accepting the offer. Ren anticipated this to occur since a bastard such as him would never so much as relinquish his pride. He was made fun of by the players for his choice if he had conceded that he could hunt securely. Another player made the suggestion that it might be because they feel inferior to the other players, or that their pride was damaged when they were ordered to obey instructions. Rumen saw that everything was developing precisely as it had in his past life, so he knew what to do next: draw the line entirely. Accepting Junie's decision, Black Scythe said he would no longer be paying attention, and that it would be none of his business whether he lived or died. The players appeared overjoyed to learn that Black Scythe would no longer care, since they were excited with the prospect of being able to target the bastard whenever they pleased. After learning that, Junik began to question whether he ought to have accepted the offer right away. Wave 1 is about to start, according to the notice box. Another appeared, advising the players to safeguard the relic and be ready for the appearance and disappearance of monsters. A follow-up window revealed that Wave 2 will start in 30 minutes, no matter how many monsters are defeated. Someone in the crowd urged everyone to safeguard the relic. The countdown began. Knowing that he cannot fight with those who are pursuing him, Jomsik was left with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He saw that Black Scythe was turning away from the group of people. As he continued toward an empty alley, Black Scythe wondered where he was going. Junik trailed after him. He pondered whether Black Scythe intended to fight by himself and whether he intended to get to the entrance. Wave right away after one start. There are 4,900 players, as the Windows screen revealed when the doors slowly open, and 9,800 weaker goblins with ferocious appearances began to swarm the door's tiny aperture. The notification window revealed that the goblins are only at a third of their normal power because of the nature of the round, and the final message wishes you luck. Jomsik was scared when he learned how many creatures were entering the village. Jomsik chose to hide and watch the situation, thinking it was absurd that he ran. After going through the front door and up the stairs, he puzzled why the Black Scythe wasn't moving. Theoretically, Black Scythe would battle the goblins by himself at the entrance because, despite its narrowness, it is broad enough to allow at least 10 individuals to pass through. He got to the top and unlocked a door, seeing Black Scythe wait for the approaching goblins. He questioned if Black Scythe was that confident to take on 10 goblins by himself. Since Black Scythe's level is a little bit higher than Junik's, he believes that Black Scythe is bluffing. Junik believes that it is pointless for him to watch Black Scythe, because Black Scythe will just fight for a short while before running away. The goblins and Black Scythe were engaged in combat. Black Scythe swung his scythe, slicing several goblins with one blow. Something caught his eye. Several goblins leaped in his direction. He leaped in as a counterattack, slicing them up with amazing speed. Junik discovered that the Black Scythe is incredibly powerful after seeing this. He questioned whether the reason he obtained that strength was because he had already attained level 16. Realizing that now wasn't the ideal moment for him to watch, he made the decision to go quickly and raise his level in order to get stronger. He turned to face the other side of the hamlet, anticipating a fierce battle between the goblins and the players. Gathered around the relic, the players cooperate to guard it, communicating where to block and which entry has been compromised. After emerging from hiding, Jungi chose to eliminate the goblins. He saw goblins as a means of experience. When he challenged the goblin, it immediately attacked him. However, before the goblin ahead of him arrived at, he felt something behind him and struck it before it could hurt him. Because he knew their travel path ahead of time thanks to the rune of detection, he was proud of what he had accomplished and assumed things would be simple. Suddenly, he noticed a blade on his peripheral vision. He attempted to avoid it, but his ear was struck. He turned to see that it was an arrow, and as he hadn't seen a goblin shoot, he continued to gaze in the direction from which it had come. Arrows, arrows. He became enraged by this and searched for the bastard who had fired it, vowing to break things off if he subsequently discovered who it was, even though he doesn't yet know who it is. He moaned when a player suddenly jabbed him in the side, and the guy was ecstatic to have struck him. His rage increased as a result, and he grasped the spear's tip as it pierced his torso. As he got about to attack the player with his dagger, he pulled it so that the person holding it would approach him, and he stabbed the player straight through the chest. He shouted, "Die, you son of," as he withdrew his dagger. He suddenly saw an arrow go through, which caused him to halt moving. He looked to where it had been fired and saw the idiot. Since Junsik used the spear to attack him from a distance, the archer was ready to shoot back, but before he could, the spear had already pierced his head and blood was gushing out. When Junik wiped his wound with his palm, he recognized that the players should be his main concern instead of the goblins. He loathed being an area representative as a result, and if given the option, he would gladly relinquish it to someone else. He regretted serving as the region's representative. He began to question whether turning down Black's offer was the right one, but he resolved to never be an underling and stuck to his pride-based principles. As he was wandering around trying to come up with a strategy to hunt without having to worry about players, he saw a bastard brutally slaughtering a goblin. He recognized him as the Black Dragon, which is the present region rank 3 in my right arm. When Junsik realized he was there, she smiled. He questioned who he was as he walked up to me, the Black Dragon in my right arm. He was ordered to defend himself by Junsik, who was brandishing a dagger at him. Meanwhile, a notification screen indicated that the skeletal necklace was increasing attack speed by 25%. Ryuman keeps killing every goblin. Another alert screen indicates that he has vanquished the goblin. At this point, he has killed 52 out of 100 opponents. 3 buffs have been applied, and the Butcher rune has raised all of his stats by 100%. In addition, he has gained an extra 3.33 gold. Ruman looked at his Windows status. He's nearly at his target of 2,000 gold. He grinned as he considered how simple it would be for him to obtain 2,000 gold in the second wave. His intention was to obtain the heart's actual thoughts. Therefore, he decided to buy 2 common skills and save more gold in the round. Rune sensed the goblin sneaking up on him as he was staring at the screen, and he killed every zombie. He asked the other zombies whether they were coming, and they stopped attacking him. Rather than waiting, Blackside charged ahead to deal with them. In the meantime, it appeared like the players noticed something was off on the opposite side of the map. The undead had a yellow light about them. It was announced on a notification screen that they had successfully stopped the initial wave. With 3,933 players still alive and 967 dead, the players exhaled and breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining players were rewarded with 500 gold, and one player declared he would take a break before the next wave began. Ryuman believed that despite the goblins' weakness, they still had to be taken seriously after 967 people perished. Ryuman searched everywhere for someone, and he located him. It was anticipated by Jun SK Ryuman that Junsik would struggle to make it through the round. Junsik cursed the players that encircled him. The goblins are not being killed by the players. Rather, they are merely pursuing him. A courageous player went after him. However, the black dragon destroyed that player in my right arm. Because of their authority and the fact that he survived the first round, Jung-sik was grateful to have those bastards protecting him. Even though he didn't exercise command authority on him, young guys followed him and inquired about his well-being. Jung-sik moaned in agony as his wound ached. He began to worry about whether he would be able to survive in his state after realizing that he was bleeding profusely. He clenches his teeth and has the will to persevere. He wanted to show off by surviving the round. Their focus moved to the entrance. The beginning of the second wave because of the nature of the round, 933 players face 7,886 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. The goblin's strength is only about 1/3 of what it usually is. The goblins took off in the direction of the black scythe. He looked serious and wasted no time in severing the goblins with his sword. He went on to assault several goblins at once. The dead goblins' corpses are heaped on the ground. Upon reaching level 20, his rank has increased from apprentice to regular, and he is now able to utilize the combo function according to the notification screen. Wiping away his perspiration, he celebrates hitting level 20 and knows that he can now utilize the combination feature to make exclusive products that aren't available in the store. Another Windows screen appeared, stating that the insignia of death has been enhanced due to his rank gain. A second screen then revealed that the insignia of death has increased from 100 to 120. The next skill will be learned at level 40. Additionally, the Reaper-only skill Knight of Death has been LEDKN of Death effect is that in a radius of 500 m darkness energy is cast creating an artificial night. In addition to enjoying the extra damage from the Inch of Death, Ryuman also found the Knight of Death to be enjoyable because it works well with Reaper Rune, which becomes stronger at night. During the day, Reaper Rune doubles weapon attack, and at night, attack speed is also increased by 50%. While the likelihood of an adversary discovering the caster is significantly decreased when stationary at night. The goblins rushed at him as soon as he had completed viewing the screen. Grinning, he gave them a warm welcome and was excited to employ his new ability, which was to call forth a Night of Darkness and Death. Halted the goblins' movement, and he slaughtered them all, killing them one after another without the goblins noticing. The goblins were unaware of what had hit them until the SCA got them. Following many swift blows, his foot deftly touched the floor. 343 players remained alive, while 590 players perished as the bodies of dead goblins piled up, creating a congested scene on the ground. The screen then revealed to the players that they had succeeded in stopping the second wave. The players who made it through are rewarded with 500 gold. While Ruman was sleeping, he entered the shop screen and looked for a specific common skill. He thought of purchasing several common talents. He purchased the Presence Detection talent, which allows the player to locate any target within a 30-kilometer radius. After using it to see that the only people still alive were him and the goblin corpses, he decided to save an additional 20,000 gold. The third wave of players has started, with 3,343 going up against 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The gamers kept fighting until the screen with the notifications reappeared. After effectively stopping the third wave, the fourth wave instantly started, pitting 3,001 players against 60,002 hobgoblins. Youngman persisted in fighting with all of his strength. The screen then showed that they had successfully blocked the fourth wave, and so are the other players. With only an hour remaining, Junsik appeared worn out, but he knew that if he could make it through, he would be able to survive. He has used up all of his authority commands, but he will be safe as long as those bastards are defending him. When the fifth wave began, there were 2,700 players compared to 10,800. Ganol Junik was taken aback to see 10,000 and questioned why there were so many given that the NOS was only at a third of its previous level. The players, who were fighting fiercely with the NOS Jungsik, used this as a chance to break records. He promised that whenever he gained strength, he would cut the throats of anyone who denigrated him. His attention was drawn to the wounded people's cries of agony. He noticed that other players were attacking the guys he had asked to defend him in an attempt to reach him. He drew his guards in front of him and gave them the order to stop the players who were attacking. His guards were executed right away. Feeling trapped, and with the majority of his bodyguards dead, he secretly cursed at ease. And when he began to flee, the players pursued him. With all of his strength he ran, believing that all he had to do was make it through the wave. And after that he arrived at the doorway where Black Scythe is standing by to await the nulls. When Black Sky did not respond, he yelled at him. He hurried to Black Scythe and informed him that he had accepted his offer, promising to do as he asked in order to earn his protection. He said he would take the offer, but Black SCA interrupted him in the middle of his statement, stating, "Higher!" He reminded him that he had already stated that he would no longer be concerned about whether Yuk survives or not, and that he would have to handle things on his own. Junsik was adamant that he would become his underling, perplexed as to why Black Scythe would decline. In response, Black Scythe said he didn't need an underling who lacked even command authority. When Junsik realized that Black Scythe was implying that he was useless, he became enraged and regretted not having accepted the offer sooner. A gamer inquired whether they had witnessed Black Scythe turn down Jungsik's offer. In a documentary, a different player conveyed his relief, saying he had been wondering about what would happen if Black Scythe agreed to preserve life. Life is a heavily bleeding documentary. A player said that they may now murder him whenever they wanted. Junik declared he would murder at least one of the players who turned on him if he passed away. Suddenly, everything Youngmin appeared. When Youngmin inquired as to if he was exhausted, he promised to assist him. June smiled and pledged to take excellent care of him if he made it out of this alive, forgetting about him in the process. Unexpectedly, Youngmin struck him in the face with a strong blow. Junik was struck so hard by that strike that he fell to the ground. He moaned in agony as he massaged his cheek. The young man informed Junik that he would kill him so that he could pass away in ease, grinning devilishly. Just as Junik was ready to curse at him, his shirt suddenly seized hold of him. One of the young lads punched him in the face again, punching Junik with an intimidating presence. He stopped his fist just in front of Jungsik's face before he could deliver the blow that may terminate his life. He was unable to open one eye and had severe bleeding from his nose. His pride was too damaged to bear the betrayal. The area representative's life is a documentary, and Youngman ends him with a forceful kick notification box that appears to proclaim that the player was murdered. Youngman is acclaimed as the new region representative. Youngman rejoiced after winning and receiving the authorities' command, and he considered doing anything he pleased with regard to SEO. He looked at the body of life as a documentary and resolved in his mind to make good on the demand. He continued by saying that the gang leader's constant running away was the reason for everything, grinning and labeling him as an embarrassment. Young guys approached the local players to find out if they had witnessed him beating up life as a documentary, and to get their opinion on the likelihood of victory. The crowd were unable to comprehend the entire affair. They seemed afraid of young men. One player mentioned how he killed someone with his bare hands. Some people felt shivers down their spines, and one participant questioned what transpired because they had seen young guys suck up to the gangster and wondered whether he was going to betray him right away. They said they are afraid and find it hard to believe that someone like him could be the regional representative. A member of the audience declared that the region representative had changed. The young man grinned, realizing that the players were now pursuing him. He felt that this was regrettable, but he already knew how to solve the issue. He fled and headed for the Black Scythe. Black Scythe questioned him about the issue. Black Scythe replied, "I'm the new region representative with authority," to a question from a group of young guys asking him whether he had seen the message. The young man said that he would accept Black Scythe's offer to film a documentary for life, saying that he would follow through on all he said in return for protection. Since Iman didn't have the authority of command when Jungsik was rejected, he was certain that his concept would succeed. However, since Iman is now the new area representative and hasn't utilized the authority yet, he believes that Black Scythe cannot reject him. Black Scythe told him that he didn't like the way he was acting and that the young man didn't appreciate what he was saying. If the man falls down on his knees, Black Scythe will consider accepting the offer. The young man said he was right to order Black Scythe, said he didn't really care, and that he thought he was misinterpreting things. However, he is the one who loses out on that because Black Scythe reminded him that if he wants to be protected, he must bow down and ask for. I felt under pressure to decide because the other players were getting closer. He examined the dark scythe, and he fell to his knees, pleading with him to become his underling and promising to follow through on all he says. He begged while Black Scythe looked at him. Unlike Junik, Black Scythe recognized that Yongmin could be helpful, even though he was bored of seeing the same thing over and over again. Youngman praised him enthusiastically once he accepted the deal. He was urged to cease by Black Scythe, who also expressed his desire to never longer see his pathetic self. Yongming saw that Black Scythe moves past the man who is kneeling in order to confront the players pursuing him. After seeing the transaction, the players discussed it among themselves, and one of them proposed an all-out attack. The terrified player declared that Black Scythe could fight multiple opponents at once, and that they had no chance against that kind of monster. Black Scythe promised to assist them in making a decision. He presented them with two options. Either they return to hunting monsters and give up on serving as the representative, or perish at his hands, he sighed, gesturing to them. He said that although he would prefer the first choice if at all possible, he would also be okay with the latter because he would no longer consider anyone who uses a sword against him to be a human. The players all gulped anxiously in terror. Many of the participants select out. I was impressed that everyone retreated due to the Black Scythe. Iman was grinning, considering Black Scythe to be a formidable opponent yet a trustworthy ally. Rumen looked about him, saw that the round was slowly drawing to a close. Although they are now battling the Nulls, players will shortly defeat the fifth wave. But he believed that things would be painful to end that way because he is referred to as nasty. With great enthusiasm, the men responded to Black Scythe, who instructed them to carry out his pledge. With confidence, the men told him to issue a command. Blackie instructed him to break the relic by using all 10 of his command of authority. The young man was perplexed. He was aware that they would all face severe consequences if the relic broke. His expression shifted from excitement to rage as he questioned why Black Scythe would want that and expressed concern that even with all of his might, he might not be able to enslave Ein. He tried to bargain and requested if he could only use 9 out of the 10 directives. He respectfully questioned Black Scythe about why Black Scythe commanded him to shut up and follow his instructions. Black Scythe warned him not to repeat what he said and advised him to make a quick decision if he didn't want to die. Young men assured him that he would follow through. He was told by Black Scythe that he would give him instructions on how to exercise his command. Black Scythe then read the names of the persons: Shimju, small chili pepper, don't bother me, spring, summer, and fall. He then gave the young men instructions to command those 10 people to break the relic. The young man was taken aback. He wondered if Black Scythe had done that on purpose because all of his buddies were on the list. When his buddies warned him not to do it, he apologized, shrugged, and said that it was Black's orders, hoping they would understand. The young men gave orders to break the relic after reciting the names that Black Scythe had given them. A notice alerting all players to the attack on the relic was sent out. When they turned to see what was going on, they were all taken aback. 10 players were striking the relic. They were yelled at to halt, so they quickly moved in front of the relic to stop the 10 gamers. They were all concerned that if the relic broke, they would all be penalized. A participant attempted to pull a fellow participant who was striking the relic. One player shouted for them to halt, while another proposed killing them. There were fractures on the relic, and it broke completely in an instant, alerting everyone to the fact that the primary objective had failed and the relic was damaged. If you don't succeed for 30 minutes, the Divine Retribution proxy will be called. The players are clueless as to what that second screen is telling them to endure against divine wrath through proxy until the time runs out. They speculate that it might be a boss notification window signaling a hidden subquest. Ryuman grinned, saying, "The third round subquest is to survive against the Divine Retribution proxy. The reward is 3,000 gold, and the countdown has started." The fact that the quest reward is 2,000 gold, but completing the subquest will earn them 3,000 gold, a sum that most players believe is more profitable, seemed to shift the players' perspective. Black Scythe requested young men to break the relic because he anticipated this and didn't want to break it himself. The notification box came up saying that it had been verified that the players who attacked the relic caused it to break, and that those 10 players will face consequences. The gamers were unable to comprehend that their stats would permanently drop to 50% because all they had done was follow instructions. They were angry with the young lads. The young man stammered as he apologized, explaining that nobody was aware of the punishment. An additional notification page surfaced, indicating that the area representative will also face consequences for their inability to safeguard the relic. And his numbers dropped to 50% for good. He screamed and cursed loudly, kicking the wall out of sheer rage. As Ryan observed them, he realized that the deathly correlation between permanent stat reductions and survival. He made the decision to prepare for capturing the agent of divine retribution. Therefore, he opened a store to buy everyday goods with additional gold. He purchased the astute long boots, a pair of black, clingy long boots that look stuffy but are surprisingly comfortable to wear. They have 15 defenses, plus 2 agility points, plus 5 speed points. He also chose the assassin's hood, a typical assassin's helmet that will splatter blood if left unwashed. Knowing that a small increase in stats would make the subquest easier, he continued by combining. He set something down and mixed a mana stone with it. The combination, known as the Skullbone Necklace, added 1 to all stats and proved to be successful. Ryuman intended to place a single mana stone on every item of gear. And he made another fruitful pairing. The result was leather armor fit for a seasoned hunter, adding 1 more damage reduction. Grim Reaper Scythe is another combo he created that increases strength by 2. Even though he knew a low-grade mana stone wouldn't do him much good, he reasoned that it would still be better than nothing. The players were assembled in the middle of the hamlet, where they sensed a menacing presence and pondered whether this was the beginning. One participant urged everyone to hang on until the end of the 30-minute period, since they were becoming anxious. Another participant advised me to keep escaping in order to live. About 500 out of 2,700 survived, so Ryan opposed them in his head, knowing it wouldn't be easy to flee their opponent. It's hard just to try to survive at first because the Agent of Divine Punishment is a monster that 5 players at level 40 can hardly catch up to. However, Ryuman intended to kill it in order to obtain a large reward. A yellow light broke through the rift in the dark sky. Ryuman is the first ever Angel Slayer, doubling one's stats when facing divine kinds. He obtained this title by murdering the Angel Briel. Furthermore, the object of divine retribution is a divine kind. Everyone turned to watch the Agent of Divine Punishment drop from the sky. The majority of participants believed it would be simple, and that all they had to do to live was to flee. The enemy's staff has a circular end with a bell in the center, and the young man said that while he had been afraid earlier, now he saw him, it felt as though he had become LAX. It required several processes. It increased its workforce. And as soon as it made contact with the earth, a light that appeared to be a barrier suddenly appeared. A segment of the settlement was illuminated, and an alert revealed that the Agent of Divine Punishment had thrown a restriction field. After the players touched the barrier, a new alert appeared warning them that they would need the caster to disarm it before they could leave the area. The players became anxious since they were unable to exit. An additional warning indicated a 50% decline in the players' on-field metrics. The players tried to escape by hitting the barrier. It was unfortunate that Ryuan saw nearly 300 individuals trapped inside the barrier, but he realized that he wouldn't be able to save them. The angelic foe of God extended its wings, and it produced several needle-like blades that covered the sky from its wings. Knowing that it was the key to begin, the angel immediately discharged the blades in the players' direction. The players attempted to flee, but many of them sustained injuries as a result. Some moaned in agony, while others lamented that it's hard to avoid because of how difficult it is to follow the nude. More blades were released by the angel, and after being imprisoned inside the restriction field, where it is practically impossible to avoid the light arrows, it descended onto the humans inside. Conversely, you may just state that it doesn't matter if you manage to dodge those. As anticipated, Ryan sprinted and took advantage of the moment, while everyone was still preoccupied with chasing humans and wasn't looking behind him. The moment the barrier was raised, it began to gradually dissolve, and Ryman knew that he was setting up an ambush against the divine enemy. This is the ideal opportunity. He rushed till he was 5 meters away from the adversary, not worrying that they would turn around because they are deaf. He turned on the insignia of death in preparation for his first attack. When the divine enemy discovered him, it was too late. Ryan's scythe struck the adversary in the face. The divine foe let forth a piercing cry. When the scythe struck the opponent square in the eye, it landed precisely. Ryuman stayed clear of the divine foe. The enemy's health was lowered to 60% due to the insignia of death, but it wasn't too awful because, as Ryuman had noticed, just one attack would cut its stamina by 40%. He fled, believing that the adversary would set up a restriction field to track him down. And he was accurate. Ryan's plan calls for the Agent of Divine Punishment to cast a restriction field. He was aware that it would raise its field as soon as it recognized it had not trapped him inside the restriction barrier. He leapt to strike the Agent of Divine Retribution in the eye after spotting an opening and planning to remove the other eye. And with a loud cry came the Agent of Divine Punishment. While it was still shrieking and Ryan was safely on the ground, the Agent of Divine Punishment cast the restriction field once again, lowering the player's stats to 50%. Ryuman didn't seem to care that he was caught inside. Without its eyes, Ryuman called it a sandbag with eyes. It didn't stop screaming as it shot multiple arrows. Given that it couldn't see anything, it appeared to be aiming to kill Ryuman by firing light arrows in all directions. He turned on his Knight of Death and positioned himself behind the Divine Retribution agent. Shadows veiled its arrows. Furthermore, the messenger of divine retribution appeared perplexed, Ryuman understood that because of the way the other world is programmed, light cannot triumph against darkness. Jumping from its back, he shot skyward. With a somber expression, he lifted his scythe and said, "I'm going to stop now." Last episode, this dude used his Kain of Death move to sneak up on the Divine Punishment agent. The whole scene got suspicious, and the agent looked confused. However, because Ryan is a smart cookie and knows that darkness always wins in this otherworldly setup, he leaps up, making a serious face, brandishing his scythe, and declaring with confidence that he's going to wrap things up right there. With his scythe in hand, Ryan slashed the Divine Punishment agent's wing. When the wing struck the ground, the Divine Guy moaned in agony. The Divine opponent lifted its staff, determined to launch a counterattack. However, Ryuman caught the Divine Agent off guard as he swung his scythe again, setting the place on fire before you could blink. Another moan leaked as the object of divine chastisement faltered to keep up. Removing yourself like a boss, Ryan leaped into the air, preparing for the second round. You guessed it, he went back for the wing. Yes, by the time this second sigh and wing number 2 arrive, the Divine Agent must have detested its wings. By the fallen wings, hit the dirt, Ryman floated back down, relaxing. To add salt to the wound, he discovered that the Divine Agent's stamina was barely 10% remaining. The agent of Divine Punishment was having a bad day, so Romian, being the astute man that he is, thought it was time to make a tactical retreat from him. You have to maintain that distance, you know, but then it was notification time. The last Radiant Flare passive skill is what gives the agents their superhuman strength and makes them Mr. Invincible. Our man Ren is now observing as the Divine Agent's body glows a glowing yellow, while its staff takes on a menacing purple hue. He remembers a time when his stamina was at its lowest point. If only he had gone for the throat sooner, the agent would have done a Houdini on him. Divine Punisher shouts, like someone trying out for a heavy metal band, and then it starts to shower tiny purple circular warp holes. Lightning strikes the entire production. The intelligent guy that he is, Ryuman stays back and watches the heavenly fireworks. This attack is dubbed the Last Radiant Fire, and it has a countdown that begins at 50 seconds on a convenient notice screen. 30 seconds of drama in static surrounding the agent. And after 10 seconds, things really get going, with personnel going all out with extra lighting for the final 5 seconds. As the final seconds pass, Ram-Min's smug look remains on his face. Mr. Invincible Steak gave up the gun. Ryuman leaps in from behind, seizing the moment of opportunity. With a determined expression, he raises the scythe high. A series of windows appeared to shower Ryuman with prizes and glory as he pulled off the ultimate Divine Punishment showdown. One mighty swing, and the head from the divine body vanished. Talk about a magnificent ending. First, the verification that he killed Divine Punishment Agent Q successfully cheers, and then suddenly 3 alerts in a row stating that his vibes had leveled up and 88,200 gold coins were jingling in his pockets. And, to top it off, an additional bonus gold coin worth 4,000 cash controls everything in his vicinity. But the true cherry on top is the title The Opponent of Divine Punishment, which is nice, huh? Check it out. Damage from divine kinds is perks decreased by an astounding 80%. That's a game changer, but there's more. The title is revealed on a screen. In order to receive this honorific title, you must be the first to receive the divine retribution. It's that simple. The agent and the pleasant effect lessen divine damage. And the treats don't stop coming in concentrated either, anyone. That is Ryuman's reward for becoming the Divine Slayer. Why? Since those materials are the holy grail of creating god-rank things. But wait, there's more. Ryan's body is automatically imprinted with the Rune of Radiance, a tiny jewel that has magical benefits similar to a tattoo. It increases intellect by 1 and increases divine-type skills by 1% for every level. Ryan was beaming from ear to ear, and since he was at level 30, there was no need to worry about raising his IQ for the time being. That's 30 extra IQ points and a 30% increase in divine magnificence. Everything is well in life, until suddenly a notification screen appears and disrupts the celebration in the main square, telling every player that they have completed the subquest flawlessly. 3,000 gold coins, baby. Start the festivities. All eyes were on Black as the players gave each other high fives for surviving. Rumors were flying about how this guy defeated the divine punishment agent monster by himself. Some even claimed to have called him a beast. The angel Olive seemed to interrupt the conversation. She was ecstatic to declare that Ryan was the first person she had ever truly acknowledged. Unfortunately, he was too preoccupied to notice. Playfully, Olive proposed an interview in which she would question Rumen about his divine killing spree. The guy wasn't having it. He answered directly and didn't even look at her, killing it because he wanted to. Olive the angel questioned that reasoning since, as he coolly says, if he hadn't gone on a murderous rampage, people would have been murdered. After all, even clearing the level would have given him a reward. A player even confessed that he believed powerful males would be jerks, but Black Scythe was a kind guy. Other players listening in on this serious conversation suddenly had a change of heart, realizing that Ryan wasn't just a badass, he was a hero. But the angel's celestial mind could not comprehend a human rescuing his kind. It was bizarre that they might live in harmony 1 minute and then tear each other apart the next. Rumen, lost in thought, reasoned that such was expected, particularly from a conceited angel. Olive, who was still perplexed, thanked the audience for persevering but gave them a harsh reality check too soon, telling them that the game wasn't done until it was. Olive, the overseeing angel, determined that it was time to review the results. Unsurprisingly, a large screen appeared showing the overall statistics for Round 3. Black Scythe had dominated every zone, killing an incredible 3,631 foes. This guy was on fire. Rant's particular zones level 13 badasses, Shitty Idiots, and Heavenly Demon took the second and third places, but he still ruled supreme with Asano and Seo Ahintra vibe behind him. Gamers were shocked at Black's level, and the score appeared unreal. Some even questioned whether he had received a covert XP boost, but surprise! Ryan's notification stole the show. First, congratulations for topping their particular zone and ranking first across all zones. Now, for the real deal, a reward selection box and an intermediate grade uncommon ring selection coupon. Nice, huh? The Rings of Resistance, Azure Magic, and Rushing Winds were the possibilities for the ring. Ryuman chose the Ring of Resistance despite being unimpressed by the names. Increases durability at 450 and luck by 4. Its status effects are kind of blingy and stay away. Next, another screen with additional choices. For the 4th round, a 50% boost to stats for the 4th round, Intel or 4,000 gold. Knowing that the drill had issued the triple experience option, after all, Fiesta isn't a monster, Rumen managed to obtain 2,400 gold in round 4. However, Olive asked the players, with a menacing smile, if they checked their rankings cut line at 1,225. Players who were appalled by the system's errors and incredulous at their poor ranking despite Glory's monster-slaying claimed they requested a recount. The angel said that it was time for those outside of the enchanted top 1,225 to squish insects, adding to the drama. With a single finger snap. As the body began to fade, players cried out for help. With 214,755 survivors overall, and just 1,225 in the designated zone, the screen verified the conclusion of Round 3. Round 4 is scheduled to begin at midnight on April 1st, 2023. Siehin startled awake to return to the real world. She was surprised that she had made it through round 3 as she looked at her hand. However, that's not all. She eagerly called a fairy after receiving a high grade in her class. A cute bird with wings sat on her shoulder. These fairies served as her protectors and shields in round 3, enabling her to survive. Furthermore, the shocker is ranked 3rd, having a Mona stone in her possession. If she gave it to Black Scythe as a gift, would he like it? Meanwhile, there was significant hostility directed towards a table light in a different part of town. With a loud cry, it shot across the room. With his stats slashed by half due to a penalty, Hang Yongmin lost it. He cursed Black Sai and felt bad about damaging the item. However, after that, a phone message changed his attitude from one of rage to one of doom. I'm screwed. There's going to be a lot of drama in round 4. When Hang Yongmin saw the incoming call on his cell phone, he became upset. He heard Kim Sun-on calling him, and his thoughts were, I'm screwed. He attempted to be casual when he answered the phone. But Sha-don became enraged and asked him if he was crazy, cursed, and asked what the hell was the problem. Sha-don poured out his anger on him, saying things like, don't you know we're all screwed because of you? And, how could you be your friends around with authoritative position? Sha-don also made fun of him by saying if. The young man, who still views himself as a human, was defensive when he replied that he had no other option because, had he not done so, he might have perished at Black's hands. You ought to have died, Sunghan retorted. Min was shocked by what he heard. However, Sha-non went on to argue that the young men should have chosen to die rather than harm their friends because they were consumed by their rage. He called Zangan a bastard and defended himself by claiming that the circumstances weren't fair to him. He also claimed that his stats were nerfed because he was the zone representative. He was filled with frustration and fury at the betrayal of someone they regarded as friends. He blamed the young men directly, claiming that none of these problems would have arisen if he hadn't been so motivated by money to become the zone representative. When a young man was about to counter-argue in the heat of the moment, Xiong'an abruptly interrupted him in a harsh tone and told him not to call him again, regardless of whether this was real life or just a fantasy. He sternly threatened that if he didn't pretend to know him, he might go mad and murder him if he ever saw his face again, but Zangan cut the call short. Angry young guys called him back, demanding that he did nothing wrong, and that he was also a victim in this circumstance. He was about to tell some of his friends to smash Zangan when he tried to phone her, and was told that the line is now unavailable. When he heard his buddies curse loudly, he flung the phone on his bed in a futile manner. He began to come to the conclusion that he didn't need friends and gave an explanation for this, claiming that life is designed to be experienced alone. He remembered San's warning to murder him if they ever saw each other again, and that made him furious. Yugon swore he would kill all of his friends if he ever saw them again. Head-on is permitted entry into the room at the Imperial Hotel. Sing Chop said that he was simply fortunate after he bowed to the person in front of him, and they acknowledged that he was allowed to leave the other realm safely. Ma Drak observed that the third round was a little challenging and inquired about Sung Cho's well-being. Sung Cho modestly replied that it could be because the monster was weaker, which was helpful. He should not be worried. Gone when Rock asked the class about Sanjio level, Sang Cole replied that he was a knight at level 11, and that Siren was at the same level as him, adding that Aaron belonged to the summoner class. Gone Rock said it was incredible, particularly considering that it's not a typical class. Saddle said he was astounded and related the tale of how, following Ein's change of classes, she called upon fairies and summoned detective shields. He said that it was because of her that he was allowed to hunt in safety. Yan Rock agreed that it was excellent. Yan Rock advised him to stay in regular contact with the actress and said he was welcome to go out with her. Sang Chel found Gan Rock's proposition perplexing. Gan clarified that what he's really saying is that dating makes it simpler to notice flaws in other people. With a confused look on his face, he asked whether he should pursue a romantic relationship with her. He added that he doesn't mean for Song Cho to take her seriously. Gan Rock chuckled since he hadn't seen Sang Chil get upset in a long while. Gan made it clear that Sang Chil is not obligated to do it, particularly if it's troublesome. Sung Chil felt relief and said that I wouldn't feel anything for him in any case. Gan Rock asked why she sung dot. I would assume that when he was dependable and macho. Sang Cool stated that I called him Mr. Bodyguard in order to preserve a professional relationship. Changing the subject, Gan Rock requested the urgent report, which Sung Cole had to provide. Unexpectedly, his report began with Sung Cho expressing regret to Gan Rock. Gan Rock inquired as to the cause. Sang Cole clarified that he did not fulfill his orders to help Black Scythe or deliver the message that was entrusted to him. Gan Rock believed there was a good explanation for this. Sinkyol began speaking, while Sinkhal kept filling Gan in on the specifics. Gan listened carefully while Gan believed the agent of divine retribution sounded strong, and if Black Scythe destroyed it, Sanyo verified that Black Scythe had defeated the opponent with such overwhelming talent that it seemed like he already knew how to win. Sanel said that Black Scythe gave off the impression of being self-sufficient. Gan Rock began to believe that Black Scythe has stats that were so powerful beyond their wildest dreams that he felt guilty for having believed his own strength to be sufficient when using the Dark Knight's rune. His demeanor was serious as he considered meeting Black Scythe, if that was even conceivable. Sung Cole apologized once more after Gan Rock assured him that he wouldn't be held responsible because his justifications were legitimate. Gan brought up the subject of thugs and the state of the hunt for them. According to Sang Cho, there are numerous others in their nation with the same name, assuming that the moniker, Young Men, is a real name. Sang Cole went on to say that if they were to presume that he is in his 20s and resides in Seoul, the list had been reduced to 5 individuals, and Gunrock had requested the addresses. In response, Sang Cho said that determining those people's residential addresses would require a month. The fact that those thugs wouldn't be located until following round somewhat saddened Rock. For Sang Cha attested to such and said they don't need to hurry because they had time. How much gold was Sang? Jonro inquired. CH gathered in tune. CH disclosed that he possesses 10,000 gold gons. Rock informed him that he was already halfway through and gave him instructions to master the tracking skill, which costs 2,000 gold to purchase from the shop. Sang Chel replied, I understand, adding that he had told Gan Rock that a shareholder had purchased a sizable quantity of his company's stock last month. Gan emphasized the nature of the company that Sing Cole is associated with, stating that Heavenly Demon Consulting is the present emphasis of the director. Gan Rock inquired as to the proportion of the stocks that had been purchased before disclosing it. Chio said that it was an astounding 31% and warned him not to be shocked. Gan Rock acknowledged that he even doubted his eyes when he saw it on the display, since he was unable to comprehend that one individual had bought 31% of the stocks. Gan Rock's ideas had taken over. Given that Heavenly Demon Consulting is valued at 900 billion won, 31% indicates that the investor made an investment of 280 billion won. He was shocked to learn that a single individual possessed such a large sum of money, and began to wonder if it was one of his brothers or a wealthy person he was unaware of. He grabbed his cell phone. He requested Sing Cole for the shareholder's contact information, since he had a suspicion that the person who had made the staggering 31% investment wanted to be involved in management. A person is laying in bed in the meantime, looking at his phone. It was Ryuman, and although he knew that Mazrak would eventually come looking for him, he resisted going out of his way to preserve his reputation as a stockholder. Suddenly, Oni stormed into his room and demanded to know his level, so frightened that he dropped his phone on his face. He questioned why Wani was asking out of the blue, to which Wani said that there's this kid who acts like he's so powerful and who always boasts about how good his brother is. WI became enraged, accusing them of making fun of him by claiming that his sibling is a level 11 student already. When Ryan heard the level, he grinned and told Wani that he was capable of more. When Wani asked him for his level, he took a moment to consider what to say. Fearing that telling him the truth might cause him problems in a number of ways, he replied. Wookie asked him if he had a level 2, admiring him greatly, as he was at level 12. Naturally, Ryan's response thrilled his brother to learn about his class. He was disappointed when he informed him that it was a secret, and that there was no secret between brothers. Ryan informed him that since he would be sleeping a lot more, there are, and that he should leave. As soon as he left the room, Oni started sulking. The door was closed, and the call that Ruman had been waiting for finally arrived. As he picked up the phone, he inquired as to who was calling. The caller identified himself as the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting, which is going to rock. It was exactly what he wanted to do, Ed. The more gullible he appeared, the more likely it was that he would be caught off guard. Donner verified with him whether Ryan made an investment in his business last month. Yes, Ryan replied, inquiring as to whether anything was amiss. Donner told him that as a result, he was now Heavenly Demon Consulting's largest shareholder. As a result, he expressed a desire to have a face-to-face meeting with the investor and to take Ryan out to dinner. Ryuman concurred. Don Rock recommended scheduling it for that same week's Friday, but Ruman was aware that day was crucial for obtaining the Rune of Inner Thoughts. In response, he said he could travel on Saturday, but he already had commitments for Friday. Gone after Rock gave his approval, their talk came to a close. Since he established Heavenly Demon Consulting to get his father's approval, Ryuman expected Don Rock's call, and there's no way that he's treating a significant stakeholder of that business negatively. Ruman grinned as he made plans to obtain some runes before meeting with Gunrock, a business partner who had been successfully bought for exploitation. Runes can be obtained in a variety of ways. They are available as unique rewards WS or in specific locations during specific rounds. They can also be dropped by regular monsters in extremely rare but probable instances, and they are also dropped upon the death of a boss monster. Furthermore, not many people are aware that runes can also be obtained in real life. And this man was now trying to obtain another even outside of the game. Ryuman climbed the stairs of an abandoned structure, aware that the prerequisites for a rune to materialize are somewhat difficult. He waited for a man by the name of Jang Son to appear while hiding in a nook. He is waiting for Jang Son, who goes by his real name as his nickname in the other world. Ryan can still clearly recall the guy's voice, and he couldn't forget about him because he is a criminal who abducted his brother. He remembers seeing his sibling blindfolded and bound. When Jang Soken brandished a knife at Wani and asked Ryuman if he wanted to save his brother, he should be prepared to pay a price and divulge knowledge that others are unaware of. Ryuman pretended to be innocent. Yang Shan responded by laughing hysterically. His expression immediately darkened as he forewarned Ryuman not to lie because he was aware that Ryuman was a regressor. You're interested about how I know that, isn't that right? Jang Koken said, making Ryuman wonder how Koken knew about it, almost as if Koken could read his mind. Ryuman was taken aback when Jang Koken revealed that he had the Rune of Inner Thoughts, which he utilized to find Win. In addition, Jang Soken employed it directly in front of Ryuman on stage. Ryuman no longer has any other emotional goals because ever since that occurrence, he has been seeking revenge against Jang Soken from his 11th regression to the present. Ryuman covered his face with a mask. That was his goal at the time, to obtain the rune of inner thoughts before Jang Son did. Jang Shan arrived at the warehouse just on schedule, carrying a person over his shoulder. The woman, who was bound and had tape covering her mouth, was flung to the ground by him. When he removed the tape, Jang Shan gave her the warning not to yell. The woman begged to be left alone. Yang Shan expressed disappointment that, despite being given the opportunity to speak, that was all she said. He stammered as he angrily told the woman, "I don't want to save me. I have a kid. I'll give you money." The female expressed regret. When Jang Son questioned her about the reason behind her apology, the woman replied that Jang Son's actions were brought on by her unintentional misdirection the previous day. He appeared enraged with her even as he persisted in questioning her. She promised to apologize to Jang Son, who expressed that he felt embarrassed that day. Specifically, he was talking about how, 2 evenings prior, he was strolling down the street in search of a girl to pick up. He thought that one girl would solve all of his issues. He believed a woman had a great figure when he saw her tinkering with her phone. The woman carried on walking without noticing him. He followed her in secret when she entered a dim alley. Seeing an opening, he rushed quickly to approach her, glowing from the inside out. The woman was taken. The woman then felt a severe ache in her eyes, and her vision was suddenly gone. She dropped her phone unintentionally as he continued to attack her, and in response, a loud scream came out of her as he asked the man who he was. Following that, Jang Son left. He caught a glimpse of her from a distance and noticed that she was kneeling on the ground. He was ecstatic to be in a position where he could act crazy as much as he pleased. He was in and out of several correctional facilities before to that because he thought his life was dull and didn't care if he died. He believed the rune of luminosity, which causes his body to glow and blinds opponents, was ideal for him to have fun with when he traveled to the other realm. He entered a cafe with a relaxed gait. He was received warmly by the female personnel. Looking at her, he couldn't help but be struck by how beautiful she was. After placing an order, the employee informed him that his cost would be 5-1. The staff was perplexed when he handed over the money and inquired as to if she worked part-time at the cafe. Jang Soken clarified that he was a regular and that this was his first time. When he mentioned that he had seen her, the female employee said that she had no idea he was a regular and that all of the part-timers had left, adding that it seemed like the world was changing oddly. Jang Son came to the realization that it made sense because part-timers knew they might pass away at any moment and so wouldn't want to spend their time doing a part-time job. He kept asking her whether she was the owner, to which she replied in the affirmative. He then went on to ask her personal questions, such as how old she was, to which she felt awkwardly and replied that she was 32. After that, Jang Siluan came to the conclusion that she is not a player, and the female staff member affirmed it and said she was relieved. When Jang Soken told her outright that he liked her and asked for her phone number, she clearly showed signs of uneasiness and remained silent. When Jang Son questioned her, the female employee seemed perplexed. When Jang Son questioned her about her expression and whether it was because she didn't like his face, she could only say what. Jang Son suddenly becomes enraged and asks her if she finds the few spots on his face repulsive. When she refused to give him coffee, Jang Soken pounded the counter and yelled that he felt so embarrassed that he needed his money back. She returned his money to him with shaky palms. He grabbed it from her violently. He stormed out of the store, swearing under his breath that she was looking down on him only because he was attractive. He was furious and promised to make her pay for what he saw as her contemptuous gaze. He waited for her to exit the cafe before using a bat to strike the back of her skull. Returning to the present, the woman is expressing her regret to him. She was reprimanded by Jang Siluan for thinking that people should only be judged by their appearance. She assured him that she would never do it again. Still angry, Yang Son charged her with being untrue. He threw her onto the mat. He took hold of her wrist and asked her if she believed that he wouldn't notice that she was acting in order to escape the woman's yells for her to leave. With a depraved expression on his face, he asked her if she was sorry, and if so, what the consequences would be. The woman attempted to break free from his hold, while blaming herself for everything. Jang Son responded, "It's exactly her fault, so she should just stay still so they won't know." Ryumi is drawing nearer. Hearing someone tell Jang Shan to remain still took him off guard. Thinking that no one was in the vicinity, he panicked inside and wondered if the person was a detective. He swore and turned to face the person. Rumen warned him not to swear because he would be using profanity later. Jang Soken saw that the individual was wearing a white mask and a large scythe. He ridiculed Ryman, calling him a madman, and asked whether he thought he was in the right place to play with his toy. Maintaining his composure, Ryuman responded, "It seems like Jang Son hasn't figured out the situation yet." He lifted his side table and inquired as to if it resembled a toy. Rumen turned around and Jang Shan asked Ryuman whether he was a player after realizing it was real, to which Ryan answered, "Stupid, what does it look like?" The woman can already depart, Ryan informed her. This is her only opportunity to do so. Jang Soken turned to face her right away and yelled, "What says who the woman cowers in fear?" Jang Son was suddenly approached by Ryuman, and Jang Son was unable to respond quickly enough. And it struck him in the balls. He fell to his knees, clutching his groin as he let out a loud expletive and moaned in agony. He was reminded by Ryuan that he had promised to swear him off. The woman was told by Ryuan to leave Jangon with him. The woman thanked him and hurried out the door. Rumen informed Jangon that there were now only the two of them remaining in the vicinity. Jang kept moaning in agony. With a menacing look on his face, Rumen motioned for Jang Son to start the actual game. Thanks for Ryan had a sinister expression on his face as he invited Jang Soken to begin the real game. Soken lost control, unleashing a barrage of loud curses and screams vowing to kill Ryuan. Ryan told him that he has a nice attitude since it will be no fun if he easily gives up. Koken responded by cursing at him. He was furious that Ryuman had been laughing at him, as if mocking him. Despite Sean's multiple attempts to attack Ryan with his blade, each move was skillfully dodged by Ryuman. He felt annoyed and wondered how Rumen was able to dodge his attacks. As Rumen evades the blade, he observes the weapon and expresses that he can't believe Cian is still carrying a damn goblin's dagger around. In one swift movement, Ryan's hand sliced Son's hand that held the blade. Blood spurted from the sliced arm as Seon yelled loudly in pain. Ryuman taunted him further by asking him if it hurts, and cautioned him that he hasn't even started getting serious yet. Soken covered his sliced arm with his hand and wore a horrified expression. Ryuman continued to attack, and this time his scythe sliced through Son's other hand, leaving him screaming loudly in pain. Soken turned pale. He realized that Ryuman was going to kill him, but he wanted to get out of there alive. In order for that to happen, he thought of blinding Rumen. He let out a bright white light and yelled, "Die, you little!" Surprisingly, his light dimmed. Sweat dripped down his face as he started to wonder why his power isn't working. Ryuman continued to watch him. He knew that even if Mr. Lightbulb tried his best to produce light, it would be useless. This is because no light is permitted on the Night of Death. He knew Sukyun would use his light to defeat him, so as a precaution Rumen cast the death skill beforehand, but even without the Night of Death, he would cut Son's wrists and ankles first. Rumen moved fast towards this low life. and in a swift second sliced Sean's ankles. Koken immediately fell to the ground and screamed in pain. He crawled towards Ryan and addressed him as a demon. He proceeded to ask why he was doing that to him. He demanded an explanation. Ryan answered why, and went on to stab Son's leg with the tip of the scythe. Blood gushed out of the stabbed leg. In addition to Ryan's response, he said, "Why do you think people kill bugs?" And he stabbed another leg of Koken, which made him scream again. And Ryuman answered his question that it's because letting them live just causes harm. Soken wore a furious expression as he called Rin a psychopath. In response to that, Ryuman challenged him to see how long Seoin can keep the rude attitude. Ryuman continued to stab him on different parts of his body, causing him to scream and more blood to spill. Son barely even moves now. He lay there face down. While thinking of the reason why Ryuman would do that to him, he wondered what kind of grudge Ryuman held against him. He thinks that the situation is unfair. In his head, he cried out that it was so painful. As sweat, snot, saliva dripped from his face, he wondered if it's better to commit suicide than suffering like that. His face reflects anguish as he made up his mind to kill himself and attempted to bite his tongue. But before he could do it, Ryan's side grazed on his chin. This surprised Son, causing him to look up at Ryuman. Ryuman then asks if he's planning to bite his tongue to die and asked him if he thinks he will just let him do that. Ryuman stabbed Son again, and blood spurted from the body. He told him that he can't die unless he begs him for his death. Ryuman mercilessly continued stabbing and slicing this one. All Son can think of now is stopping the pain. With a low voice, he uttered, "Kill, please." As if he did not hear him, Ryuman asked him what he said, and Sean repeated it. Ryuman asked if he's being serious. Sean begged again. However, Ryuman pulled back his scythe and asked if Seoin really doesn't know why he's doing it, especially since they are total strangers. Seoin remained silent and only watched him. Ryuman revealed to him that they're not total strangers. He called Sean by his name and told him that they have met before. Sean was surprised that Ryuman knew his name. He asked Roman if he's doing this because of the woman. Ryuman honestly told him that he has nothing to do with her. Son was even more puzzled. Ryuman explained that Son kidnapped his brother and threatened him so that Ryuman would give him hidden information. Soken asked if he did that and started denying it. Ryan cut him off and told him that what he was talking about is an incident in the future that hasn't happened yet, and that for he expressed that it's an incident of the past, and if he didn't step in now, Son would have gotten the rune of inner thoughts. Son wondered what that was. Ryuman explained that there's a hidden rune inside the warehouse, and the condition for it to reveal itself is to hear another person's true voice. Son asked what the true voice is, and Ram replied that it's a voice coming to the heart, one that's sincere and genuine. He narrated that if he didn't show up, Son would have molested and harassed that woman, and she would have pleaded for him to spare her life in her true voice. Then Seoin would have gotten the rune of inner thoughts and used it to commit more crimes. Seoin silently listened. Ryuman proceeded to narrate that it has been proved time and time again through his regressions. And even if it weren't for that, since he has 12 past convictions, he's still a scum that deserves to die. Sukin begged that if he deserved to die, Ryuman should kill him quickly. However, Ram told him that he's not going to touch him. Son was taken aback by this news. Ryuman placed a metal tube on his mouth to bite on, and he revealed to Seon that he's been waiting for him to die on his own. Seon's inner thoughts were about how painful it is. He wondered why Ryuman was acting that way when he wanted to get the rune of inner thoughts through hearing the true voice from his heart. He thinks it's ironic that Ryuman won't let him speak. As if Ryuman heard his thoughts, he uttered, "Why am I not letting you speak?" And then he explained that it's because he wants to test the rune of inner thoughts. Son was baffled. Ryan revealed that he already got the rune. He made him recall that he already sincerely begged him to kill him, and that's when the rune reacted to his true voice. A window screen appeared to display that Ryman had elicited the target's true voice, and the condition had been met, and another screen appeared that Ryman had discovered. The rune of inner thoughts that is hidden in the location the rune showed itself only to our MC, and it started being absorbed. After that, another screen displayed that the rune will be automatically implemented on the player's body. It then showed the details of the rune. Its effect is to read the thoughts of the target in front of their eyes. If the user observes his target, he can even faintly read their inner intentions. It can only be read when the user is at most 30 m away. Ryuman told Son that he was trying it out, and turns out it's working well. Seon replied that if he got what he wanted, he should kill him. However, Ryuman denied his pleas, since if he's killed easily, it would be too unfair for his victims. Sukyen called him a demon. Koken remained still without any thoughts, and Ryuman assumed that he's dead. He knew that there weren't any witnesses, but he still needs to clean up the mess with the bonus general skill he learned. He activated the skill called Erase Traces. It erases all traces of the scene, including corpse blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Ryuman observed the green light covering the scene and thought that the skill definitely works. He realized that it's best not to leave a mess behind. He started walking out of the warehouse while removing his mask. Now that he got what he wanted, he decided to meet with Megan Rock tomorrow. That's the end of this episode. If you liked it, please sub. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.